powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
जरा ये देखिए,
ये घर सिनेमन पेट की दूसरी तरफ है।
Today, the stakes are greater than ever. Every match offers teams a chance to qualify for playoffs, a chance to play in front of the French fans. But failure will be punished. A loss today means no place on the main stage, no club championship points, and no EWC trophy. Every round matters. The pressure is on. This is where legends are forged.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Paris, France for EWC 2026 Valorant. Day number 6 is underway as we have our final pair of spots left in the playoffs with 4 teams looking to book their ticket. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time to get you set up for day 6 action. So I'm very, very excited to see who are going to join the EMEA and Americas teams.
Yeah, I'm just chilling today. No heart attacks. It was a good day yesterday. Have some EMEA team winning, also NRG. We couldn't go all 5 for 5, but hey, Spain won, so good day. All third.
This is a massive day for me. I got Nongshim still left in. Do me proud, please. I need some Pacific
today
representation here.
For you. But I don't know. I just thought about their opponent. I don't know.
It's all doable. Both these matches, absolute bangers. Win and you're in. Lose, you go home. The stakes cannot be higher. You want to play on that big stage in front of the fans.
That's right. We started with 16 teams here in the tournament. They were set into 4 groups of 4, and only 2 would make it out of each group. And we're now down to the final 2 groups left, with Group C and Group D decider groups for that second place spot. And as we just alluded to earlier, Nongshim, RedForce, and G2 will be doing battle, as well as MIBR.LOS up against All Gamers. Pacific currently 1-7 in terms of series here at EWC. A very huge turnaround in terms of fortune from last year's performance.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, look, Pacific is a region. We like to talk so much about how we're the strongest region. We won 4 Masters in a row, going for a 5th. Maybe it was 5 going for a 6. I can't even remember. We're that good, the numbers are that high. That's the problem. But not
really.
But not here at EWC. I do feel like it's been a real struggle of a tournament, even for the heavy hitters in PaperX. They went out 2-0. One last team left to do it for the region that I love so much.
I still think that is a healthy thing to happen, that throughout the year we have different teams coming up and peaking at different times. It is incredibly difficult to choose when you're peaking, where your performance is at best. And the most difficult thing is to make that last for as long strong as possible. No team can do that so far in Valorant.
Yeah, part of the $2 million prize pool are those teams that have qualified on in, the 4 EMEA squads out of 5, and it's 2 for 2 so far for Americas, with 2 more teams up left for grabs here in later on action. Now, before we turn our focus to our final day 6 in Group C and D, let's take a look at the action from yesterday's matches, day 5, with Group A and B doing their decider matches, as we had a heck of a day of Valorant yesterday and booking 2 more tickets on in.
Yeah, I mean, bangers. BBL against EDG to open up the day, and BBL came out swinging. This is one of the most dominant games that we've seen. It was looking for a time that they were going to 13-0 EDG, which just doesn't happen. That's not something to take lightly. I was so impressed by the Young Turkish squad.
Yeah, and we had been talking about how EDG was playing with one of their coaches, not having the entirety of the roster, but it didn't really matter when it came to the compositions, to everything that they tried out, and it definitely maybe made that impression in BBL, feeling like they could take advantage of the situation. Someone that has been taking advantage of the entire situation the entire time has been LaRock. This kid on your screen right now has a lot of what it takes to become this year's MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching him play. He's so electric in the server. Now, this is my favorite bit. The stand up, the sit down, get rude with it, get disrespectful. That's when this team really shines their brightest. So I can't wait to see that on the big stage with a full crowd there. You know they're going to play up.
And yesterday, it was not only about LaRock. Everybody in BBL had their moments. I believe Kreven at some point was like 13, 14, 1.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crazy coming from this. Completely flawless defense there on Lotus. And then when we moved on to Breeze, the momentum was there. It was difficult to just be an S spectator and think that EDG was standing a chance after map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think for EDG, they showed signs of life this tournament, but ultimately just not enough in this final game here. They will be heading home early in the group stage from 3rd place in Masters London. A fantastic placement for them. They can't replicate that performance here at EWC, and I felt like in the server, you could see why they were a little bit slow. The macro wasn't as coordinated as we've seen from them in the past.
And also, we got to hear from LaRock. He spoke about how stage 1 was in EMEA, how they got nerfed with the maps that they had to play, with the agents that made them so good, and how they couldn't recover as fast enough. But BBL, this BBL is here to stay, and this is the performance that they've promised us they will give us for the rest of 2026.
The youngest roster here at EWC 2026, with the 2nd youngest player in LaRock moving on here in BBL. Here was our 2nd matchup, though. It was NRG versus KC, Americas versus EMEA, trying to hold off the blue wall from making it in front of their fans here in Paris, and NRG, the reigning world champs, were able to do so.
It's too soon. Morgan, you do this. It's too soon for me. It's too soon. I know that for you, you're kind of used to saying goodbye to your teams.
That's crazy. Wow. But I will take it to help you out. No, look, I think KC, they put up a great fight. This was a team I was so excited by. Coming off that win against Paper X, it felt like it was meant to be. It felt like there could have been magic here in Paris for the French organization, but NRG put a swift stop to that.
Yeah, we got Ethan again playing on the duelist, which I think was one of the best parts that we're getting here in EWC. We had seen it in the past here and there, but it was an exception, and now it looks like it's kind of working for them in some of the maps and the compositions that they want to play. He fits in so well. Fracture, though, was a different type of thing. We were also saying kind of sad for KC since this map is going out of the pool when they go back into EMEA, because it was looking incredibly strong. Narrate on the Phoenix has been an absolute pleasure to watch from the moment that he started playing it for KC.
For me, it was all about that defender side macro. They look like one of the most well-drilled Fracture teams we've seen. Look like they truly understood the map. It feels like they found this too little too late, to be honest. You know, imagine if they were way up picking Fracture every series the whole year.
You can't do that. With KC, that you just did, you can't. It's very difficult. It is heartbreaking because the potential is there. The names are there. The fans are there. And it has to be so difficult to be one of them.
Yeah, I do feel for them. They're not getting to watch their team play on that big stage. But on the side of NRG, as this series progressed, we move towards that 3rd map. I do feel like they were for sure the stronger team. NRG are they showed their class in my mind. They are one of the oldest squads in the tournament here, and that comes with experience. That comes with wisdom. You know, this is the core of the squad that lifted that champs trophy last year, so they really do know their way around a tricky best of 3.
Yep, second oldest squad, only behind G2, but NRG showing the experience here, despite the fact that KC seemed to be a solid Haven team, and the way that the map pools worked out in terms of map bans, it seemed like, okay, if we get to a third map, we're going to see a very even straight-up game, but NRG just blitzed him throughout that first half, and it was just too big of a mountain to climb for KC.
The composition might have been a surprise. The confidence that we were also seeing, the way that they were moving around the map with Ethan just being like, okay, that is not here. And the mid-run calls were enjoyable to watch, which is something that doesn't really happen in EMEA much. So I'm happy to see that this is the energy that we're getting this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Ethan on that Neon, he called well. But the individual fragging, that's like the amount of multi-kills I saw.
I like it.
The beautiful little transfers. I'm like, who's this young prodigy? Maybe someone should sign this guy.
World champion.
Well, with the A group and B groups now locked in with their top 2 teams, we turn our focus to the final 2 groups in C and D, who all have sent 1 team each group. But that's why we're here, to send that second place squad into the playoffs. It kicks off with MIBR.LOS from Americas up against the final Chinese representative, AG.AL. And then it's a rematch of the day 1 matchup, Nongshim RedForce versus G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these games incredibly exciting. You can see the differences across these teams throughout the tournament. MIBR super hot and cold, one dominant game, one game getting stomped. AG, I think that their story is also really interesting. I thought they had it in them in that Heretics game.
Yeah, they were the ones that got the closest.
Yeah, but then they beat Global, but it's closer than I would have liked to see. And then, of course, that fantastic rematch where Nongshim did get the better of G2 this time. It's them looking for revenge.
You also have to give something to Global. You know, I think that the first match for everybody is difficult. There are teams that hit the ground running. It is how it is, and I think the All Gamers against Heretics was one of those teams. We were so surprised with the individual performances, with the comps that they were playing, and how at no moment they were scared of looking for those duels. Probably, and still, the most enjoyable match that we have had this year.
Ooh, strong words there from Kukua as we take a look at that bracket here of our first series and the journey on how we got there. As you said, it was AG.AL pushing pretty far, but still falling a little short of Team Heretics. And then on the opposite side, MIBR up against Global Esports. MIBR held Global Esports to only 5-round wins there. And then in the next matchups, as our graphics will be coming up in just a little bit, Global Esports weren't able to mount anything against AG.AL. So ultimately, as much as you want to say it, I feel like we didn't learn a lot because everyone played AG.AL who just didn't show up at EWC. And I think now is going to be a very good learning lesson between MIBR and AG.AL. 2 squads that did great work against Team Heretics, but ultimately fell short.
You know, I'm very, very interested in this game for me. I also think the styles definitely run quite differently overall, so I think this is a great matchup to watch. I think AG.AL, for me, still the underdogs just based on the whole year of performance. But for me personally, at this tournament, I think they've played fantastic Valorant. They've shown that they are capable of winning this game, but for me, execution on the day, and I just want to see that step up in level, because when you make it to the playoffs, it only gets harder from here, so you really have to earn it.
And if that Team Heretics versus AG match was something to go by, knowing and being aware of the absolute amazing firepower that is in MIBR, this should be also one of the best matches. Here's where we're having the bracket from Group D. Deegan, as you were saying, Team Heretics going all the way, almost flawlessly. In fact, the only map that they dropped was against All Gamers. And now we're here in the MIBR.LOS versus All Gamers all.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting in these this GSL style format where you get to see, you know, Valorant is not transitive realistically, right? MIBR blow out Global, and then AG have a close game against them, but AG have a very close game against Heretics, but MIBR get blown out by them. So it really just goes to show you that style is everything. It's not I beat you, you beat them. It's very, very much more complex than that. So that's make this game all the more exciting.
Welcome guys, welcome to the watch party stream. Welcome.
I can't predict which way this will go.
I think it goes to how they're feeling on the day. That's very important. The fun that they're having onto stage. Those crazy rounds, so many rounds. The margin has been so incredibly slow. We've had sneaky diffuses, incredible clutches coming from every single one of the teams. Many throws in rounds that were unforgivable to lose. So that is what I'm expecting to see today. All of those.
Yeah, MIBR.LOS, a combination between MIBR and the organization LOS. And the reason for that important is that it's part of the club championship, the larger overall scheme of EWC. So hoping for a big performance from this Valorant squad, normally known as MIBR, that hit 4th place at kickoff, 5th, 6th at stage 1 for Americas. So falling short of both in internationals, but have a roster full of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. These are big names in this squad. You got Aspas, you got Zekken. These are guys that have been known to be fantastic, that are world leaders in what they do. So when this MIBR roster came together, it very much felt like this was a squad that should be pushing for international titles consistently.
Absolutely.
But they haven't found that yet in Americas. You know, we see them here at EWC and they've looked good, but they also show that little bit of weakness. It's, for me, I'm wondering when it's all going to click, when it comes together, when these names on paper jump out from us into the server and deliver that performance that was promised.
Can I be honest with you? I think that if it's not today, we have a problem.
Yeah.
I think that we do have a problem. Are you looking at this roster? Aspas, Zekken, Bruno, Tix, and Mazzino, they should be blowing out the stage no matter who they play against. Especially when we talk about raw firepower and just crazy duels and whatnot. You have Aspas and Zekken. Like, are we losing it?
Yeah.
Like, do we live on the same planet? Have we been watching the same game, the same competitions, and whatnot? This should have been a very successful roster, and they should be incredibly favored to win today. But at the same time, you have no gamers that can just play like, oh, we're the underdogs, we're just gonna do crazy shit, and if you lose, it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they embraced that mentality in the Heretics game, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah, let's dive into this all-gamers roster. The player that jumped out at me the most was GRQ, the young kid who stepped on up in that first series and made it a very tight, close series with Team Heretics when he was on Phoenix. Because in their second series, he was on smokes and all of a sudden it was a lot more stunted.
Like and subscribe, guys.
His impact was way less.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely feels like they have flexibility. So when they're making these comms, they feel like, oh, well, you can move here, you move here, you move here. And yes, people might feel like they can do it, but that performance from GRQ on the Phoenix was night and day. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. He's the one for me where if they're going to get the squad, if they're going to get it done today, I want to see him come back to life. I want to see that big performance. But normally, historically, when we talk about this team, Fangir is the one.
And Kira.
Yeah.
Both of them.
But they've not really been here as much. They weren't the talking point. So I think there's room for them as well to begin to step up and really take it to MIBR on the other side.
I think that we were too impressed by GRQ on the first day. To me, he has to be like Jungle, completely unchanged. You do not want to put him on Omen. Come on, you love that reference. Yeah, I'm cooking. Today it is the day. But seriously, I think that once you give him that freedom, if he's giving you so much, do you want to put him in a more supportive role like Omen? Do not get me wrong, there's so many aggressive things that you can do with Omen. I would love for GRQ to be one of those that is just TPing in your back that you do not understand. I sometimes see Valing doing those kind of things, and I'm like, man, I want players like GRQ doing those type of things. And even though you're playing a supportive agent, I feel like you have the agency to take this kind of risks and define the round even if
like and subscribe.
Yeah, that's the thing that has been fun to watch them balance his raw gun skills, but then also someone's got to be the smokes, and the smokes dying first. It makes it very difficult to do any sort of entry here, as watching this team evolve is going to be fun.
If they want to play like that, they should ask FPX from a few years ago or Navi. They should message Angel. How does my team win with no smokes?
That must have been how they practiced. No, it is a fine line.
That was free. I'm sorry, Angel.
It is a fine line, right? Because very much, especially if you're having to swap mid-series, you know, you go from having these fantastic games on Phoenix where you are pushing the limits, and then it only takes a couple of rounds where you try push the limits on Omen, you get shut down, your team will just lose the round as a result, and then it's so easy to get in your own head, especially you're a younger player, you're playing with something to prove. It's hard to manage. So I hope if they do go for those kind of swaps again, they can pull it off a little bit more smoothly here today.
All right, well, we have the players on stage. You could see Aspas in full recline mode, getting himself comfortable for the matchup here against AG.AL. Again, only one of these teams will be moving on as the second seed from Group D to the playoffs to join those 8 slots to play in person on the main stage.
And do not forget, when the day is over today, we will have the draw show, so you have to stick around so you find out who is going to be playing against who in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's all important.
Like karo, guys.
These
Like
matches
karo,
really
like
do
karo.
decide
Chalo,
everything,
chalo,
but
chalo,
only if you're able to make it. A loss today will
Like
send
and
you
subscribe
packing
karo, guys.
before you get a shot at that big
Vote
stage.
karo, guys. Vote karo, vote
Heartbreaking,
karo.
soul-crushing for either of these squads, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. So I want to know, Digon, who's your money on?
Ooh, yeah, because we've been pitching and whatnot,
Yeah.
but we want to know what impression are we making on you?
I think for me, it's about MIBR hitting the stride that they should be hitting, right?
Exactly.
AG.AL are trying to figure it out. MIBR, they know who they
Chalo,
are.
guys,
They need to play on that. And
like karo,
will it
like
be
karo, like
GRQ
karo.
in the smokes? That's the other
Vote
thing, and it
karo,
looks
Sasa.
like it will be.
Vote karo, Sasa.
Exactly.
Chalo,
I
guys.
think you hit the nail
Let's
on the
go.
head there, Digon. I need to see this MIBR reach their potential. It's that double duelist coming out. Aspas on the waylay, Zekken on the raise here. Over on the side of all gamers, as you said, it does look like GRQ going to be sticking with the Omen here. They
Chalo,
also
chalo,
have
chalo.
that double duelist, but they're swapping it out for the Neon
Pehla
instead of
map hai,
that waylay
Lotus.
on the other side.
Lotus
and working
खेलेगा
with the
पहले.
Vice
Agent
over
का
the
क्या है?
Cypher. So I think very,
Cypher,
similar
Vice.
approaches, but slightly different here. I think it is hard to hold of that Vice when there's a waylay coming at you.
Yeah, I was literally thinking of that and thinking about how yesterday BBL swapped into the Cypher just to make sure
Same
that
team,
Kankan
मतलब
had no freedom. And
balance
honestly, if
है.
I was going up against Aspas, I would think the same
ज़्यादा
thing.
कुछ
I want
difference
to
नहीं है.
neutralize their movement or try and limit it as much as possible. So even though we've been talking about GRQ and whatnot, I want to see also a little bit of the cheekiness. I
Defense
want to
है
see the
MIBR
aggression. I
पे.
want to see them taking
और
advantage
AG.AL
of them
पे attack.
and go on the hunt for techs.
कर सकते हैं वैसे
MIBR
MIBR
went
डिफेंस कर लेगा
way deep in overtime against Team Heretics on Lotus. It was just a constant barreling down C. We'll see what is in store here for MIBR and
Technical pause नहीं
AG.AL
आया.
as they play for this final slot in Group D for Valorant EWC
Technical pause आ गया तो फिर
2026.
दिक्कत हो जाएगी.
On the call, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, Digon. The Group D decider ready to kick off. And MIBR back on Lotus. Like Digon said, it was a laborious affair
चलो
up
guys
against
जल्दी
Heretics.
जल्दी
But
like
before
करो
that, we
यार
saw them
like करो और
dominate
vote करो
GE.
अपना
We know
favorite
this
team
is a
कौन
good
जीतेगी.
map for MIBR. The question, Tom, is do you think AG can match up to them here?
I think it's going to be a difficult one. I think AG have sort of surprised me throughout with their resilience versus what I will say is decent teams. Like they've kind of had like not any like massively dominant victories, but they've been fairly consistent. Like they weren't blown out by Heretics whatsoever, and then they managed a close victory versus GE. Whereas you look at the other side, and you got MIBR utterly dominant on their day, and then absolutely obliterated not on their day. So it almost kind of comes down more so to, are MIBR going to be that like world beater team, or are they going to have a rougher start? And can all gamers almost force them into a spot where they're struggling a little bit more? Because as I said, I think of the two teams, all gamers so far have been a little bit more consistent.
पहला मैप कौन
We
लेके
heard about the
जाएगी
hunt for Tex,
MIBR
trying
की
to take
AG
him down, whether it be on the attack side for MIBR, where he'll be playing that lurk, or here, solo side, holding towards the C side, while the rest of MIBR push up, take some space towards this A side.
सी पे दो बंदे खड़े हैं
Continue
guys.
pressing forward all the while. AG don't react. They simply sit back. I think they're waiting for that overextension, or to hear the steps back and see that the A site would be a little bit more open, but that push is coming through. Eventually, the Prowler confirms it. And a clean opening shot from Aspis. MIB are happy with that. They bail out. Still with info on C with a player there and a trap for B, but it does look like the hunt for Tex
Cypher hold कर देगा guys
is
अब
about to come
Cypher.
on. Oh, maybe not.
AG.AL attack करती है सी पे guys.
Very slow in the attack.
Yeah, sit back waiting.
बड़ा स्लो खेल रही है AG.AL
The
अभी.
attack.
मेरे को लग रहा है A पे
Not
जाएंगे
sure what
वापस.
they're
A पे
searching
AG.AL
for.
A पे
Maybe
रोटेट करती
expecting
हुई.
further
पर
aggression.
उनके लिए पहले से वहाँ पर
Bulldogs
वेले
getting
बैठी है.
players over to B, I think.
आसपास वहीं बैठा. आसपास
Yeah.
मारा गया एक और.
But the thing is with Aspas just not moving,
Ooh.
well, there's the contact, and then the other two
Aspas
players can
just
come
missed
back
him.
towards the door. So you've not really gained anything other than finally getting the A
MIBR.
control, but 30 seconds left. Smoke is going to hold them back. Two players on the cross. In fact, Aspas isn't even checked for. The trades, though, are good. Puts them into a more even scenario. The push back as well from Bai is perfect. That late lurk has given
Fade.
them the B side,
Fade
given
A
them a
पे
huge
है.
advantage and put
A
Mazzino
लिंक
in
से
the
फेड
clutch.
आती हुई.
Mazzino
तीन बंदे हैं
creeping
B
in from
पे
this angle.
अभी.
They don't think he was in that initial push,
अब
despite the
position
util that went
reveal
down. They
है. अब
thought he
नहीं.
rotated out, but once
Position
all
reveal
he'll
होगी उसके
get,
बाद नहीं कर
I
सकता position
love this
कोई.
mid round from AG.
Guys,
I
जो
think they were in a
like करो
pretty
like
tough
करो.
spot, having to
Vote
push
करो
into the
guys,
side for
vote करो.
utility. They
कौन
don't know
जीतेगा
it
आज
wasn't
हमें.
there. We could see it wasn't. But having to push
MIBR
towards that C
versus
site, they knew they
AG.AL.
lost a main, and instead they swing open the door, wait a moment, and hope that those players pushed up holding that first choke point would fall back. So instead of a battle, they just get Aspis spotting them and then bailing out.
Yeah,
There, I think
this was
that
the
was
big
the play.
moment.
Leaving by there the entire round. He waited for probably a minute outside B, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah, I would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that, like,
ये
you
सारे
get the
attack
opening kill,
C पे
Aspis
fourth
also
पे
gets
खेल
away
रहे
with
हैं.
murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play from Bai to
A पे
win
cypher
out that
खेल रहा
round.
है.
If that
A
trips
पे
even a
attack हो
little
सकता है
bit
आराम से.
deeper, you're probably not winning it, but they do get things over the line.
Cam
That's the most important thing, at least.
Cam देखेगा. Cam देख रहा है. Cypher Cam
But
check
the
करता है.
defensive side, not much going to be invested. RQ, well, a chance maybe, and instead it's going to be Kira.
AG.AL ने एक बंदे को गिरा दिया अभी. Mazino.
That C walk up, got a main space. Cam should be destroyed.
A
Oh,
4v5
it's being
है.
heard, but I think it's behind the wall on A, so there's not really much that be done for Fangir to remove that without a big risk. And up against
Omen-
Nico, it's not really
Omen-
the time
Omen
to
हो
be
रहा है.
taking those risks.
छोड़
And
बलंडी
in the first round, the patience most certainly paid off. This time around, it could be the same. They have plenty of utility. A Paranoia being lined up and primed up. Finds two, finds all three, in fact. That should already be some alarm bells ringing. Indeed, they'll go back in the other direction towards where that
A पे
Cypher
full
Cam
rush है.
was.
मैंने
The
बोला था ना, A
expected
पे
lighter
attack
side of the
करेंगे
map, but
guys.
MIBR are hot on their heels, just not quite there quick enough.
I think the amount of space that Fangir had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshall, it puts them in a spot where they can just run through all of the angles as they did in the last round. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. I didn't know the full force of his opposition were walking up behind, maybe expecting that Vice Wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B, so they caught a good timing. Of course, for Bai, that Bucky can be risked, but anything else would be incredibly costly. 3 rifles in play that could be brought into the next round, and Tex has done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great, but he comes up against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost, but at least they get the round, which, considering what was invested, I shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a Classic, basically getting it done with a bare knuckle brawl, and that's crazy to find the two of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there. 2-0 for all gamers, but some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct. They can ignore all those earlier issues if they find the W here. MIBR putting the credits on the line. And again, we'll see that A-main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep. It's going to force them back, and Aspis a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back, so he goes in for the pick. Finding nothing, and will concede at least a bit of that A-main control. Based on the current positions around Rubble, and have those rotations now, especially that Tex has spotted players outside C.
Very early decision from the attack, which is play more of a death ball, but they had the wall covering for any push-up. And it does seem like MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far back towards the spawn, it's making it troublesome. Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekken doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there, he's done his job, and that's exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is MIBR are so aware of this. They're not going to fall for the same trick twice, but with Mazzino down, now they're under pressure. Aspis no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance in the 3v2. The plant, 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can float back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time, closing the walls in slowly. As all gamers have no real space to play with. They know heaven's clear, but they want a battle. They want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekken, where one falls. The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out. on the third round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the 2v3.
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round that manages to stop it getting out of control, because the fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him, and then he has to fight two players at once, basically from different angles. And it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think
like
Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammates, I can just swing, and then his teammates aren't swinging. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
GRQ swung in looking the wrong way, which is unusual. When he'd already been spotted, right? They knew Aspas was there, and I think it was just a micro-second of miscommunication that led to Aspas getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean retake defensive side. Even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be C fight. After denying them A and obviously having this fallback early, they had 3 players stacked up on C. They had the Waylay ult ready and raring to go. And then they had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very, very slow from all gamers, taking their time. This time slowly walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her, and that gives Tex a kill trip if they're not quick enough to react to breaking it. That time going down recently, Tex already taking a few shots and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the trip. In fact, breaking it is the nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstopper's fired his way, dodges that as well. And the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
He did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence path used as well, and Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually, they're fighting this back! The remaining 2 looked like they were in trouble. Instead, they were the trouble. 2 standing in Verno's way. He had an exceptional first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in, hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1 right now, only being shut down once by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it inside the smoke. They just knew he wouldn't have the gall to do such a thing. Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made the right call. 3-1 now for all gamers. And after what was, you know, some warning signs early on, like round 2 was way closer than it should have been. We could have seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is left down to an eco. Now all gamers should extend that lead even further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, even in the lower buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks. And then all gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant is almost enough. And that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Verno might try to play the distraction. Oh, he's being spotted, though. Getting back out of there is still a success for him. The pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the Cypher towards the C site, they decide to contact up here to play into it. And remember, last round, Tex was able to get some value out of the closer trip. It's the nade that destroyed his. This one won't quite reach, so there is still a danger there. They've gone over it to start, and there at least a boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols on the retake. Unless they can deny the plant.
Oh, hello.
Nade's going to do some good damage. Trips on one.
5v5.
Very, very lucky. Now I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, one kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side. But now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn. Paranoia sent through. Still not enough to activate that Nightfall. And you can see why. slowly being picked
AG का
apart
hold है
one
यार
by
भाई।
one. The defensive side will fall. A good hold
AG
from the
का
side of all
hold है।
games, even Shrimp
Spike plant
surviving
करने
on
आता है ना,
just
बहुत
1
अच्छे से
HP,
hold
but
कर
they
लिया
won't
अपने
mind. That's
angle
4
से।
alive.
Clear कर
Well,
रहे हैं
honestly,
angle
Shrimp
साथ-साथ
surviving
में।
is probably the most important factor
निकल
of
रहा हूँ,
that,
कह रहा
because if
हूँ।
not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through, like
Yeah.
you said. I think there's a good chance that they do, just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the information that there wasn't anybody towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His
अभी
flash
MIBR
was
ने बीच से ले लिया
perfect. The
5
second
राउंड
that
में।
they came out to take
5
the
राउंड में
battle,
टाइम
I
आउट।
think it might have been the end of
क्योंकि
Kira
जरूरत है अभी
if that hadn't
राउंड
have
टाइम आउट
popped
की।
exactly when it
AGL
did.
को रोकना पड़ेगा।
And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this
अब आसपास मारेगा।
map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global Esports. And then from there, it was a labored overtime against Heretics. And I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with all gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got all gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also all gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names are on the other side. And, well, an early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done too much. It's been spotted. It has pulled 3 players over, but again, they can get back. Verno under serious pressure, though. And now the response being attempted. It's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazzino.
Yeah, Mazzino was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all that matters. Langir, oh, he's going to be taken out by Aspis, an angle he checked just moments ago. Nightfall goes through and a player up close, isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low and Aspis taking him out. Leaves it 3v2. Still a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play through mid. No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimp's being caught by the seas. Out of the round and damage done. Looks good for all gamers. Aspis and Tex holding on for dear life by a thread, but they've made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
I feel like it's been the case in both rounds where Aspis has found the most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their favor, like having to deny what was an incredibly fast take. And sure, the spams helped pushing players into his position, but they still expended an awful lot into this round. And of course, for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what to go for.
अभी हीलर नहीं लिया ना जैसे किसी टीम ने तो प्लस पॉइंट ये वो नहीं है कि मतलब हम यहाँ हीलर है हीलर होता है कि चेक टीम यहाँ तो हो सकता था कि हाँ प्लस पॉइंट होता उस चीज़
they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their players.
बी पे करना चाहिए ना अटैक इस टाइम पे बड़ी लेट कर रहे हैं
I've certainly seen the patience from all gamers. A lot of these attack rounds have started like this. Full default in play. By this time covering the Vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered, but a player lost. Tex gets out. Aspis, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. That's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been the guy that's been picked off quite often earlier in the rounds. Like, they have been using the Prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough time. And some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player. But that does also mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it, though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario. Because that trip coming back online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did
Probably
make things a
should've
little bit easier for
देखने
Tex.
क्यों नहीं तोड़ी वो
Yeah,
trip?
listen.
I think he's there.
वो trip
if
तोड़नी
Tex is
चाहिए था।
gonna, I actually looked over where you pointed
You
as
did.
well.
I was
I w-
thinking.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep
That
okay?
confused me. I did actually. I think I overslept last night. Now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like,
Yeah.
no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, oh,
The
wait, he's
blue
on the
light?
stage.
Okay, well, that was a confusing moment for me. But as I'm
अभी
sure
भी
that last
MIBR
round
नहीं
was
आगे round
for
में
all
है।
gamers, giving away the pick,
बराबर
giving Tex the
करेगी।
opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all
ट्रिप पे
gamers,
आजा ट्रिप
but this was an
ट्रिप
attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the vice wall outside, and conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
कर देना चाहिए वैसे ना।
The 2 for 1.
ए पे
2 for
कर
1
देना
orb
चाहिए।
trade.
अगर 2 किल निकाल देगी
Not the greatest
AG.AL
deal
ना
on earth.
तो ठीक है।
Someone taking it.
आ तो रही
And they've
है।
ground to a halt.
नहीं
This double duelist 1-2 punch is one of the most terrifying on earth, especially facing into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it. And that's exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well, he's alive later into the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2v4 in this game. And that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now, and that paranoia perfectly placed. Yeah, his chances go to 0. Still gets out with the showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR, after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3, but then started to get shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact on the lurks in terms of denying the retakes as well. I don't even think we saw the Thorns delay as much as they could have, but it worked because when they pushed in, the flash was there to catch. Now things have stalled out massively. 3 rounds in a row, and a convincing start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted, those trips are being really annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or A, I think we've seen multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid it, especially if you have the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes. And I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. That's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact will now have to be readjusted. And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a seat push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick. Making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's going in.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Advice wall for this.
The defense are about to try and make a play through the smoke, which versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Verno a little bit further away. And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost nothing. It is a quick round, or quick close, I should say, for the attack side. And after the pause, they're able to immediately find a response. But that's going to be a frustrating one, because as you said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
Yeah, you know, it's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that Vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering the B walk-up. I don't know what they saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read. And a great play to get 5 on the board of all the rounds holding that smoke walk-up. And now look at GRQ. Walked right through. A position that they've been hating non-stop, but he just TPs across a little later. And the reward, Aspis in the ground, Mazzino following in a showstopper to drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind the economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. The Tech's going for a 1v5. I'll be honest, that seems really audacious. Holding onto the weaponry, at least from my perspective, holds a lot more value than attempting an all-in gamble of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for the start of this, I think we're missing compared to a normal setup, right? You see that Rubble fight, normally you've got your Omen TPing up, taking the Rubble control, you've got a Neon sliding through, in this case maybe an Aspis diving deep, but he had the op so he didn't want to. They didn't go for that last round, and that small gap left was enough for all gamers to step in and take that control. Now a buy for MIBR that sees a weak weapon on Aspis, and Mazzino, but the rest on a full buy, and the adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears Rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here. But all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach. No longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the hands of their opponents. Instead, they pump the brakes again. And I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on. So you're going to have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one. All of Texas utility is gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again. This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno, we've seen him get cleared from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this, really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They've played the late lurk so perfectly that, okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe worried that there's a trip, as there has been almost every single time, but there's nothing Tex can really do about this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round, even more so, but showstopper! Oh, my back here! That is a lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener, but instead, the numbers, they say even for now. I know exactly. MIBR kept back, and with the op taking Mazzino out and Aspis, they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they press forward into Fangir. A 4K for the Neon as all gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed lead at the half, and what a resurgence from this squad.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he hit, and then he hits 3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Fangir, because Zekum was, I want to say, 0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like, that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Fangir. It's an operator that I don't believe that he would have even bought. It was one that he picked up off the corpse of Aspas and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline? Came a pause for all gamers, and now they find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage. For the last one, might put them out of sight.
Zeno claimed the orb outside A. Nightfall now for MIBR. If all gamers go for the B push, and listen, any other team, look at what the Vice wall is, look at where all 5 players were just moments ago. Any other team, I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site, but I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys. They play a very weird game. I don't think I've seen a round like that
AP करेंगे show.
They give up all control, go late back towards it, look to fight. Nade's perfect, by the way. It's caught Mizzino. It's left him down to 46 HP. It's got the Nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play against because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mizzino now. Your low HP player, you flood back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right behind you. Vangeir! Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR, they're not even coming close to getting a read.
AG.AL one.
That's just perfect. We said it. They had one bad round in terms of timing, where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause, every single double back or wrap around has been utterly perfect. A player that goes from being the hard entry, goes into a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills two of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, this map in particular, because we've cast even all gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. So late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in. And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them. And again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive. And it also forced MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like, I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards Rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect. The amount of players that I saw play on that Rubble wall, either get by a nade or hit by a seize, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing for that spot. And that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there. So they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to slip the net and get behind Aspas and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like, I'm so
4 people with it.
Yeah, literally. The next round use that same weapon. I'm so impressed by what I've seen here. Even just from round like 4 onwards, where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with little to no resistance. The attack side, though, are not just sitting back. Aspas is pushed up, and he knows his opponent's on the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that, Bai now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close, and that means that kills all too easy. Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and Bai, the last man in, will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think all gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Vangeir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad. You can considering that he's shown up, Fangir's been there, and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks. I think here, early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not going to work. That's a nice try. A little smoke in mound. I love the attempt on the classic Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a rough time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility. Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for MIBR. This is a slightly lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a Marshall. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far, it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board, get themselves up to 6, and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or 2 to go back into this one with.
Indeed, for MIBR, things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Fangir playing the Outlaw. Looking at the other side, there's not too many players that he can catch with that one shot, but MIBR are going towards A. There's going to be a nade coming their way. There's going to be a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the Boombot to start. Gear's keeping the nade a little bit later. It's a shame. This time we could see it would have probably eaten a bunch of those HP bars. Obviously, have a different idea for later on. Still with the C's and nade. Prowler ready to go through. Should grab the information, but
X is almost dead.
Yeah, he's been exploring the C site, and he met the Outlaw heads up.
Bear in mind, there's an Outlaw on either side, but at least for now, the one it will maybe benefit even slightly more is Aspas, because there are 3 players on the other side that will take that as an operator.
I'm out of here.
Again, a slower pace with Bangir just trying to find out information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ, who's about to get some support, but will it be too little too late?
He can still get out of here. Still with a shrouded step if he needs it. And he may well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the battle, and Aspas has got him!
Oh!
And Kira! A headshot on that second swing! Bought them all the space to get this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
Yeah, it's the gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangir maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch, the bait taken, and Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangir has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a Marshall and some weaker weaponry, even the Outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to the second half.
For Aspas to get the first kill was impressive, but to then swing deep with 1 bullet left in the Outlaw, he had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like, look at this, 1 shot left, and he goes, screw it. Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks, I need to hit his head, or I'm going to 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds. We need a plant. Screw it. Throws it out there. It works. And all gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the reins. Now it's come back to bite them. That gap has closed into just 1. And MIBR, hot on their heels like this, gets a timeout from that side.
Yeah, the last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half. Yep. So this will be their second pause taken. And for Ed 101, this is an opportunity to potentially do the same again, like try and get them back. Because this is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way. But you're not going to want to go in with a deficit, and they are still currently around behind, although the signs of this attack side have been fairly promising.
It looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowler's going out on A, trying to distract, but MIBR unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage. They get to take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms, and put a 5v3 on the board. When the smoke fades, it's not going to look pretty for Kira. Even with 2, it's left Shrimp alone, weaponless, and against the odds.
It's not been having the greatest of games individually. Started incredibly slow, and this would have to be an utter turnaround in a round where expectations at this stage are almost 0. MIBR have managed to negate the stack with relative ease, considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down. The remaining 2 players full HP, looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already. They're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. That is the goal. Another nice shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp. But unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A nice amount of damage in a low buy round. And well, MIBR are a little bit lucky to even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I stop him now, he doesn't. And that was incredibly close. A millisecond either side, and this could completely change the game. And that's in a number of different fights. Kira did remarkably well to find 2 up top. They were throwing the C's nade as the smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't ready to fight. Close as they made it, costly as they made it. MIBR still have decent credits even after the buy. They come in here. The convergence path on the attack side. Right away. They've decided to try to catch Kira, and he has been stunned up by the convergence path. No chance with the showstopper, yet it's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great success.
Yeah.
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved the rest of his teammates. Nightfall now being thrown out as well.
Hasn't seen Verno.
Verno sat in the corner, but Vangia was still a relative unknown. The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit. Well, Tex might be in trouble between 2. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to give the game away, but Tex has managed to escape, but will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse. Just as he drops down, and now Aspas will walk into the same man. Lead not taken by MIBR just yet, as a breakback is immediate.
Oh, that's essential for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the Nightfall not hitting, and yet they're aware. They're filling in the gaps in those fights. The showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
actually saving, yeah.
Yeah, it ended up working out favorably for them. And for MIBR, trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper. And I think Zekken finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it, though, on all gamers. They lose Shrimp. Right off Rip!
Okay.
And there's the orb for Zekken. He gets it on a blind spam. The nade almost lands perfectly, but Hangir dodges it. Now has lead. There's the orb for Zekken. He gets it on a blind. They lose Shrimp. Right off Rip.
Okay.
And there's the orb for Zekken. He gets it on a blind spam.
Oh, there's 2 there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining two. Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like MIBR have had ridiculous advantages. But this one, I like how they played it. They have just paused. They've stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely thing, and, well, they might get one kill at least onto Aspas. But other than that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, considering how much Sheriff almost won the round, I wouldn't really be playing that confident, but spreading the net has its purposes. Find those players. Hopefully remove their weapons. Lost rifle for MIBR won't quite sting as much as deleting all those finances for all gamers, especially with how things have been going. Majority of rounds falling into those attackers' hands. But it looks like Fangir has managed to fly under the radar.
That is the one thing I will say, though, is that for all gamers, they can rebuy no matter what. So if you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would have actually hurt them more than if they took all of the guns away. So clearly feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential of what this man can do. In fact, there's man such as over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what Zekin can do. Yes, Rob Moore is back.
Full rush kare.
Wow.
Four men.
This is a much faster take coming out from Zekin. Showstopper, he's got the support of his teammate to at least hold on to the space. 4 players outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful, but it's only space taken, no lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that ulti's coming through. 2 players still going to be caught by it. The Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2. They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start. The swing in from Fangir is beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind. The chances slipping through their fingers, but they got their grip back on this map just in time.
They did well to hold every single position there. Because you looked at the amount of counter ults, you mentioned in the Nightfall, but they'd already claimed that space, and we're still fighting through it, even with having some of that later HP. It left MIBR with not really any map control to try and hold on to. They're basically, and because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that matter. Operator now in as well for Fangir. It really does feel like potentially the team that wins 2 in a row might be the one to take the map. Whoa. He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, down to half already. Zekin looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether debate it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zekin.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference is they pushed them out of those key positions with the Steel Garden. It's not there anymore.
Oh, different ults to be expended. Already, the overdrive getting one and a second as well. Great work from Fangir once again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an ult or two, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir is just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and none of the spams catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but it's them that get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11-9, 2 rounds in a row, and an eco coming out of MIBR. Very low buy at best. We should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
That's the tough spot. We mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down on their own map choice. Brought it back to level a couple of times, but all gamers are the ones that seem to have the extra little bit of depth. I think them running as a unit has really been working out. Like we saw in the first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic, even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions. The last pause of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. It mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think especially for all gamers, both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Without a doubt. And I think that there has been a tangible step up from this squad, heating up as the tournament goes on. Aspis, though, comes in to shut one down. Kira, 34 HP. He's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed. I know there's potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. They still want to hit this C site, but all gamers have battened down the hatches now. I didn't even expect to see Convergence Path put through, but they're committing it. Even on this lighter buy, they saved their credits to fight for the next round, yet somehow they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Vangeer. Do you save here?
I think
for all
so,
gamers, yeah. It's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle. They'll be able to get some upgrades here and there, but that round again was all Aspas. The fact that he's able to dive in, get an opener, get his ult, pop the ult, hit I think everyone that was on that site. It looked like they lined up. And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So great round from him. And that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols, what he's been able to do with rifles, and it's been fight backs into the round from all gamers. Well, this time, they're unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a 10.
I think it's crazy that MIBR came in. Like I said, they saved their credits. They had money for the next round if they lose this one. This was a buy what you can and let's win the next. And yet that kill gets the ult out of them, and that's what immediately turns the tide in their favor. 10-11. It's been Vangeer finding a lot of success in the late rounds. But early, we need some heroes for all gamers. Is MIBR once again look towards the C site. GRQ looks to concede that space. Just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario, though, that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness. The late lurk, they are currently still watching. Even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map, they're being patient. A nice shot as well off the back of the nade. Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Vangeer. They said one of the major dangers, the differences to the B-side takes, was having Tex in the background. Second, though, again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plan, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery, and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player up top, though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now the jump in, caught by Verno as well. And MIBR, they fight their way back into this round, back into this map, 11-11.
That was a good read from the defense initially. Like those opening picks that they
एक
found,
overtime
like the
तो जाएगा,
nade
एक
combo
OT तो
to get
जाएगा
rid of
guys, एक
Mazzino.
OT तो जाएगा, मैं
Then
बोल
you
रहा हूँ।
have the catch on the lurker as well, but it's those three
जितना मुझे
players
लग रहा
just
है, एक
hunkered
OT तो
down at the
जाएगा।
back.
And it's Verno as well, who what he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start, and that's 2 rounds now I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
Yeah, it stops. He protected the president. He kept Aspas alive long enough. Oh, 11 to 11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener. Aspas Fangir in position once again, though, and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders. No ultimates to play with. Bono will get his, but it's viability in this sort of moment.
Look at the pings.
Hey, he's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem. Look at his position. Look at the plant. He has to be quick moving to site. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain. Tex, a chance in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the fight and he wins it. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
मुझे मुश्किल लग रहा है
That's just
कर
insanity.
सकती है, कर
Right?
सकती है।
Again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, Bangir should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or 2. But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second looked to jump across as bait almost, and then gets wrecked. And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back. 3 in a row for MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke.
मतलब रोटेट करके आ सकते हैं जल्दी से टीम
Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read, but the Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all-gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
At least not yet. And because of that, questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop the spike, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone. 4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge play. And all gamers, they deserve an overtime with how they've played. And their attack side is really what looked the scariest.
Oh my God.
But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light. The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. It's genuinely. He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark. Stays alive long enough. And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT.
I'm out of here.
Fangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to gold. And the attack side now looking to put the pressure back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips, and again, you can see how wary they are of running through that utility, but this time there's no kill trip in that spot.
MIBR have everybody in the waterway ready to come flooding back through. Fangir will be the point of contact, and he'll fall, but who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great team for GRQ. He's passed the trip very early on, and as they now break it, it might be a bit of false security for Aspis. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down. Good work by Aspis to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Bai in the end.
God, they've got to be careful here. AG in the post plant, that was where they were truly deadly. Bai one away from an ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR, they've not been broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out. Last time, it was a very narrow margin by which they lost out on the chance to start the series 1-0. 16-14 against Heretics. I'm even talking about the last 2 rounds ago.
Oh.
Half a second.
Oh, I let you in the last time they played this map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was laborious, and this may be the same. You look across the stage from MIBR, though, and like Fangir blowing our socks off here. Leagues above the rest, but for MIBR, Aspis is impressive as ever, but the desk highlighted it. Hunting down Tex is what this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. Dive in from MIBR. They haven't spotted Fangir. And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation, it's MIBR miles behind.
Genuinely. Again, just the decision making. He almost gets another triple kill in a defensive round. And while Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the wall, he ends up getting peaked. Aspis has been good. Scratch that, he's been great. He's been so good in opening positions, but how much can he truly hope to find with 39 HP and 3 players? A plant? Sure. Even that might be all he gets. The nade puts him down to just 4 HP. He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boombot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough. We go again. With Bai finding another double, and 13-13 the score.
Yeah, this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story. It went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ, fighting from that open door, was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT, for all gamers, the question is, will Fangir slow down at some point? The answer so far has been a resounding no. Presence to the A site for MIBR. 4 players early on, throwing the Season 8, throwing the reveal. Nothing seen. As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and you expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him. Holding this first burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
It's a little bit of damage. Spike to Kira. 1 away from the showstopper. Could play a part in the late round, but it's spam actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspis to add to the growing collection. Already, though, Fang is there again, and even with the fallback, finally has fallen down, but there's that showstopper. And now Tex is all that resides once again, and it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken, and the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out this series, as said. It felt like they deserved the overtime. It was a crazy first half from this squad. The calls on the attack left MIBR guessing, and they never found the answers that they needed. Now they call a timeout in a series, in a map that they had the chance to close out more than once. And now they have to fight for survival with Aspas topping the board, 27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show just in that last round from the top rope, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through. It's been so fun to watch, and I do keep waiting for that moment where he slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed op shot, but the round before he got 4, so I'll forgive him.
I'd almost be a little bit nervous as well if I'm MIBR to take a pause, because you think back and it's been the All Gamers pauses that have gone straight into round victories. I think, again, Ed 101 has been sublime, and whatever's been said to these players, be it from losing a streak of 4 rounds in a row to immediate winning 3 of the next 4, the same in the first half as well, 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause. He's been impeccable, and now, well, all they need is 1. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
Well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map. They certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially for Fangir, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a flower. And now they bloom late, but just in time. MIBR looked to go direct to the A side, and this is not ideal for all gamers. A 4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime, here after the pause. The A side is wide open. The Vice utility is there, of course, but nobody to do anything off the back of it. The door opens and the Thorns activate. This may send MIBR back towards this B side. You don't really want to play that Vice setup, and you don't know how many players are there. It could be easier to go for the split, but that will work in all gamers' favor if it's attempted.
Well, the terrifying thing as well is, if anything, if you're MIBR, you want those more contacty plays, because the retakes coming out from all gamers have been their best work. Nice shot from Tex, though. He was under serious pressure and manages to get rid of Fangir. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
Well, that's it. We were waiting. What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a 4v4, and it's all gamers' chance to break back into this. A Seasonade thrown down below, a slow at least to buy some time, and the Paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking, and now Kira finds the first shrimp with another. Okay, the number's thin, and MIBR are left with just second, standing against the rising tide of all gamers. The tap on the spike, the swing needed. Now it's already half. He'll get the first, but he won't get anything else. All gamers wash MIBR away. 15-13, taking the lead and taking the dub moments later.
God, it's another nightmare that's probably going to keep MIBR up at night. A second defeat at overtime on Lotus in just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams come in, especially teams with high caliber players who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and go up against this squad and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it doesn't matter the opponent, they are able to take it close. They're able to battle and brawl. And well, in map number 1, they're able to take the dub.
Yeah, you maybe say there were signs of it up against Heretics for this squad, but now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for us to say. Let's hear from the big brains over on the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great call, and yet again in overtime, it's heartbreak for MIBR on Lotus. They fall to AG.AL, who clutch it out. And I just need to go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots. and still go to overtime. It goes all the way to AG.AL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangia. This guy came to play today. After the last, after the rest of the group stage, everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this All Gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here, but we have to say, all gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. Fangia did it. The rest did it. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team. I think MIBR couldn't hang with them in the server there, which feels insane to say when we look at the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong, Aspas really pulled his weight. So did Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a slower tournament, but he did a great job on that Cypher. But ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half.
Tough.
It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add it on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down, did not matter. The refrags came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting, how Fangia was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm very enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever, pick Lotus, because there has not been like maybe one team, wasn't it? Well, BBL, no? Bar?
Yeah, there was the play those last couple of rounds there with the 3K that kicked it off, but then Tex clutches it out. And then, of course, the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the timer, does AG.AL to force overtime. And then Aspas getting this opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AG.AL battled back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That is, the show is guaranteed when they are on the stage. It doesn't matter if it's against Team Heretics, now against MIBR. I think that after getting and saving that round, Fangia was like, I am not losing this.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
These are the type of games that make me love Valorant. When you have those moments where someone is able to step up, be that hero. I love watching it unfold on the stage. MIBR have to find a way to bounce back here, or they will be eliminated from EWC.
And as always, like I like to do on my desk, I do the callbacks. And you said earlier, we talked about GRQ, we talked about Shrimp, we gave shout-outs to Kira, but you're like, Fangir is the guy that normally is here for this roster and hasn't had that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed just how capable he can be. That's what we saw from them at the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting to see in Santiago, but they couldn't make it work over there. The one win, but ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're seeing from him, right here, I think his name will become bigger and bigger. One map away from playoffs now. He might have a shot to do this on the biggest stage.
KC Academy, what can I say? It's all the talent comes from EMEA. We just nurture all of them. It's good to see though the fan gear, because as you're saying, the beginning of the year it was his realm.
Yes.
He played so incredibly well, and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody tries to speak English for him. He's learning a little bit, you know, here and there, but he's definitely worth the effort.
Yeah.
Well, MIBR now down to their last loss before leaving EWC 2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in the EWC playoffs is up to AG.AL, and they're on the right start. 1-0 over MIBR.LOS. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. That was a lot of acronyms that I just did, Big Time. However, there is no question about what I mean, which is MIBR. I have their backs against the wall and need to figure it out.
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic roster. We all know it. We all know how. Everybody knows these names if you know Valorant. And this is a squad that should be amazing. This is a squad that should be winning. It's a squad that should be lifting trophies, but they're not managing to do it. It looked like maybe EWC could be different after that opening game, smashing through Global Esports, but then they dropped to the lower bracket. Now it's ultimately backed against the wall for this superstar, high-powered squad, perhaps going out to all gamers of all teams, which is not something you would ever expect on paper.
Stop disrespecting all gamers. They have all of the gamers. They're here to win, okay? No. I get it, because I think that we've had this happen previously in Valorant, you know, where we have squads that have very good names, players that have performed incredibly in the past. And I think that there is a very big difference between not winning trophies, not this, that, to getting grouped. That is a big difference. And you can say whatever you want. You can speak about form. You can speak about whatever. The years have been fairly similar. If you were in top 4 in the last global event, what were you doing? What were you doing? Like, what is the excuse?
Sat at home.
To not give it your everything here.
Yeah.
All Gamers is doing it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
It.
I think for me, it doesn't even matter how the rest of this series shakes up. All Gamers have a new fan in me today. I will be watching quite seriously from now on because I think they've shown that they can hang with the very, very best. I've been so impressed with the macro, the AG.ALing, leadership, the backroom staff. The game planning is rock solid, but then also you add onto that the firepower, the flashy plays, Fangier's ability with the op, GRQ when he's on top of the world, he's looking brilliant. So I think this is a squad that can really make some damage here at EWC.
Especially when you have a lot of the big names have already gone out and now are making space for a name to be made, like for AG.AL, when Fnatic doesn't qualify for the tournament, when PaperX goes crashing out, when RRQ doesn't have it going as well. Now is an opportunity for AG.AL to step up.
Yeah, not to mention EDG and XLG, right? They had fantastic performances over in London. They re-put CN back on the map, but it's those two that are already out. They don't have that chance. Now it's All Gamers having to fly that flag for VCT CN. Can they bring that representation to the playoffs as we move across here onto Split?
Yeah, and All Gamers decided this, they picked this map, as you can see in the graphic right now for the side of MIBR. They played it last in the qualifier here to EWC versus Leviathan. For All Gamers, they won on it against Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me, it has to be about keeping the confidence. We were speaking about GRQ, the cheeky plays here and there. Guys, we need to learn how to open angles together. We cannot, one opens, the other one TPs, and there's a third one that just jumps later onto the side. We still need to work on those synergies. I know that the pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still going for the picks, do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that in this map now, the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Fangier is going to be head-to-head against Aspas on that jet. Everybody's going to know how to play this comp. You know what the other team is going to want to do. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing in the server. No excuses left here.
A mirror match here in map number 2 as we head on over to Split. AG.AL 1 win away from booking their ticket into the playoffs. MIBR got to dig deep. They were close on their map pick, but now have to come up with the upset. Let's send it on over to Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. All Gamers, one map to the good, stepping into Split, Tom. This is definitely a step up from them. MIBR, a team that I think almost everybody expects to see in playoffs, but now they're in danger of going out in the groups.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group that they're in, I think getting to this stage, you'd put them up against All Gamers, and I think, again, if you'd not watched much of All Gamers or only seen the little bit at Master Santiago, you might be going, okay, yeah, they beat one team here and there, but then they weren't able to take anyone else down. Well, this squad is looking legit at the moment, like a lot of depth of talent. I think especially we didn't see the best game from Shrimp, but there were definitely other players that stepped up while he was fantastic earlier in the tournament. Bangir just had probably his best map of the tournament so far. And we look at the other side and like Aspas was still performing well. Tex had a great map. It wasn't enough to get them over the line on their own map choice. And now coming into Split, still it is their opponent's choice. But I think it's one where they have looked relatively comfortable in the past, like going head to head with some pretty good teams regionally. It's just whether or not, like, if they're going to have enough to take us to a third map.
It's crazy to lose a game as well. Like in that last one, MIBR went +10 on opening duels between Tex and Aspas. Yeah, like it's wild to have it spin back in favor of All Gamers like that, but we said Fangir was that savior who pulled back so many of the rounds for them. MIBR starting the attack side here and waste no time getting into the A site. Spike still needs to go meet the rest of the squad, and those smokes, you know, they're not going to last forever, and finally they will make it through. In the nick of time, the plant without any advantages found, though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a fight, give them a scrap. And now they have to go looking for it. Deep push in towards the spawn. And they've got a foothold now. Now it's more on All Gamers to fight back.
Well, they know they've lost screens. And reclaiming that is going to be difficult. Bai was waiting for them to try and make the move round to heaven. Now the plant is not the greatest for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would say it's a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses, and nobody gets anywhere near it. MIBR was so ready and raring to try the wraparound, but the plant just wasn't for that position.
That's the danger. They planted for backside. Remember, those smokes were fading by the time that they'd pushed in. It was a couple seconds left on them, but not enough to go planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot in the round. So instead, they take a safe plant and try to use those sky flashes to fight deep into the spawn. Sure, it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second that All Gamers get some presence on the site, get boots on the ground, it already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangir again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup. And an eco coming out of MIBR. That's a spam on the back of the tap. GRQ doesn't get anything for it, and hold on. Now he's in danger, never mind. He'll go down eventually, but the work has been done.
Yeah, comfortable in the end. I think as well, that one thing I'm loving the most about Fangir is I think there would be a lot of people who go into this game and go like, look at the careers of the players on the other side. Like, these are players that have been to champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like, there's so much depth in terms of who has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like, he's like, I'm going to full stick this, and if you guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like, it is just a confident player, no matter who he is up against. It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, an SMG for buy, but there's definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of that, the defense are going pushing.
All Gamers not scared of their opposition, that is for sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino was ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. Might be time to flee, but MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after one. Good trades for MIBR to start. And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. It's dangerous when some of your players can potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed calm and just clumped together to deal with it, obviously with the exception of Tex, who was the flank control.
I liked as well that Werner was just happy to go, I'm going to paranoia my own teammate because he's close enough that it doesn't matter and I don't want to die. So clearly happy to hold their ground, and hey, I don't mind it from All Gamers. Like, you got a weaker buy, you got SMGs. I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you have a far higher chance to win the round.
Also, I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what did the opponents do? Like, do they hear react? 4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them into our heavier setup if we want. I think it's a really good idea to get aggro, but MIBR contained that aggression beautifully. That's a rifle now, and he's just going to pop the snake bite and run for the hills.
Yeah, really not bad in terms of a low buy. You get out with an extra gun. You drop 2 of their guns. For MIBR, they'll probably be quite happy with that as well. 3 players alive versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with losing players to pistols. So I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia. Just go there. It's like, screw it. If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board. Even a outlaw for Fangir being put into play. Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but Verno is hot on their heels. And MIBR, they have made this one look incredibly easy. Running it down on that A site and taking every fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but, well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You could see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And GRQ finds Aspis at least. It's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start. Aspis was. Seems like a bit more patience on the rest of the squad, and I like that. They've already got 2 players that are fully invested into this round, so if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give All Gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like, saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of, like, a Judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think, playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half bite. 3 rifles in plate. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under the control of the attack.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off. And indeed, a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. Being caught by Aspas for free. Of course, when you have those pistols, sometimes you try to take your timings. Got to catch someone by surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, a decision, perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A site, and I don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangir, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly, because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that 1 rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mazzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic, because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult, because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first 2. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A-site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco, because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Fangir, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time, they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekon to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mazzino.
And now the opposite position. They sit and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mazzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangear swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those two players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Well, Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR wash them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though, could be a different story, and the Showstoppers certainly will.
Gets rid of any chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangear, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close and down to just Verno, and he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the AG.AL.
When he's 8-2 now, yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying. Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall, it's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers, right back in with a full buy, right back in with the operator, but 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's why the op is such a good counter to this, because they're contacting so many of their early angles, but if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
Sorry guys, sorry.
It's what this composition does best. You have the Jet, you have the Raze, you have a Sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's Pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find a gap.
Nice.
That gap is exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? You might just now. That's one, but that time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Nice, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on. And I guess looking across, though, for Fangear, for Aspas, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the Jet on this map. For Fangear, or for Aspas, sorry, playing on the attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangear, things have slowed. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it is it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far, is when his operator was in position, when he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they hit B fast the last couple of rounds, let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The Spike about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while Zekken maybe a little audacious.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Aspas down as well. It's a fantastic pickup by Bai. MIBR falling like flies, 1 at a time they face, and 1 at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump peek onto Messino. Well, certainly got the shot out of him. To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility. I do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them, and I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, and they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash. It's been an annoyance for him for sure, but he's still 7-5. And we see him there in the late round have success.
3 round lead MIBR, please. 3 round.
This will be the one. It's looking like more of a mid press for MIBR. Of course, last time they played this map, it was the attack where they managed an 8-4 versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event. Where they sent the previous Masters winners packing already. Verno, who has been the best player so far for MIBR, is gone from this round, and not only does that cause the problem of your top fragger going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia. Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right back to contact again, but that contact has a pop flash ready, and the pop flash has blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts off it.
I think that's going to give the game away. The smoke is delaying slightly. But this looks now like an A hit. The fake goes through towards the B site. That will keep them in position a moment longer, but it thins the herd for MIBR. And towards the A site, 30 seconds left. They still have to get past Bai, who has been a consistent menace for this squad. The snake bite stops the wrap around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through, and both will be dealt with. MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Yeah, Kira could have just played the time, but I felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them away back into the round. The duo that was so impactful over on Lotus. Can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens. And again, the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish. Every single movement ability that befalled his eyes ended up with the death of an all-gamers player.
Great work by Tex as well. That backside hold.
Come on,
he ends up finding a triple, and all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP taken from GRQ. It was even a 5v2, no, because Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross. And to end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like a bit of a throw was when MIBR.LOS packs up. It's like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with the showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because there was like 10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy to try and close the round out.
The thing is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah, if you just stand there, they then have to run at you. And I think that's actually what Tex did fantastically, was just, okay, just wait, and a player flies into his crosshair. It's like, okay, it's not a bad one. But it's a good recovery. And finally, one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening duels. They were getting a lot of them. And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more, and right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
Smoke and orb up top. Okay,
in the right place.
Taking down Tech somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes. If they can get on the site, there's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira drew the eye so GRQ could find the headshot and leave Zekken all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in! Nice work! And the nade thrown out. Goodbye time! He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. Gamers to push up to 5.
It's a nice attempt in a scenario that definitely felt impossible. And I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place, the right time. And I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR. But it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Bai forced back by the grenade as well, but Kira does really well! It's a triple for Kira! He'll fall in the end. Tex and Verno still have some life left to give. But an op waiting for an overextension. In fact, he drops it at just the wrong moment, picks up the judge, and it's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find him, though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side. And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And to be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'd be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear. Another smoke. Another attempt to get that plant in. This one will be stuck. And in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the spam and has managed to catch it. That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt for Shrimp, but it will be MIBR to go in with a lead at the half.
Yeah, I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one was high impact. Verno in the same boat as well. They both stepped up to the plate in a big way during this first half, and MIBR now with a lead at the halftime. That's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like the wind's in their sails, but I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to... Nice. Well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other side, the more direct entry style was working wonderfully for them. Even still, though, I think MIBR not winning the pistol and coming out with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to clutch out, but it's definitely looking like a better scenario for them rather than, I would say, in the last map where they needed that 4-0 start to have the closer attack side.
Feels like the competition a bit tighter. That was a great round as well. We just saw in the replay from Zekken that 2.5 seconds, considering he was a 1v4. The nade almost taken out a player. And even there for Shrimp. What a try. The spam, the reposition, the flash down to try to cancel the plant, force the fight. It was a very nice try, but Tex in those clutch moments finds himself in the post plant backside. Something activates in, and we saw it on both sides of the map. And now we come in to half number 2, all gamers. Still, and the thing for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are the only representative of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG. Maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA. Depending on how these two last games of the groups go. Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk-up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse, and I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. Yeah, they're going back.
Same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom. All gamers were pulling the threads, using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go. You see it from Mazino go, okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their raise and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position, at least, of the plant is for heaven, but Aspas and Tex clean up the site immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank. They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go the second that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that was their major problem on the last map was they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B. As I leave B, I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1-for-1, we come out far more even than before. And then in this case, Aspas hits 2 immediate headshots on the players holding. They are now the panicky team and not us.
Split का वो लेके जाएगी MIBR split का map लेके जाएगी.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take fence.
Zip.
Already a bit of an investment with that PC utility thrown through. And now you've lost Kira. No nade for this round. No smokes anymore with GRQ down. But if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, or you even have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall. Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world. And I think 2 picks probably won't get any sweat on the brow of the defensive side. We'll need it to be a little bit more than that, and it doesn't look like we'll get any more than the 1. Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the very least. And there we go. I was going to say, Zekken must be aware that he could be coming from screens, and he looked at it and now backs off. They'll just concede that space and punish him when he walks out a little, or not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work. MIBR with 9, and I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range. Like, I think Split allows you to do that. Like, you can play some angles where, firstly, if anybody has light shields, That Spectre can do a lot of work, same with the Stinger. But also, if they don't, if I sit on a tight angle, I have a chance to win that battle. So it means that the likelihood of winning this round is a lot less than if you go for all the rifles. But also it means that you're not going to have crazy costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have weapons recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up against you. And with the way that the economy's going, they'll have an operator as soon as they want it in the hands of Aspas.
4 light shields.
Indeed. For all gamers, there's especially close range. Like those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight when push comes to shove. Look how they're set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main. From what we can see, all gamers want to take it in this direction. 2 mid, spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info should be pieced together by the defense by now.
गर्मी बहुत हो रही है guys, गर्मी.
Maybe not. They might think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear of the flash in B. Very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex is the snake in the grass. A chance to do so much damage first and the second as well. This gives Aspas an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto Bai, and they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazzino wins the fight at range. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, there was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it. But it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites. Right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the bank with it every single time. For MIBR, look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even look at that pistol round. They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they certainly have.
I think they have.
The read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play. He lets him make the play and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. Can even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control. Zekken, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh, nice work from Bai. That's Tex down already. The wall falling. Doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through, though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazzino! A triple again! MIBR strike from the shadows! And all gamers can't quite adjust. The ace might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazzino. As MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
Maybe not a round that you expected to need a play like this, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing. Like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. 11-5. They are now far and away from all gamers. And from that map 1, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players But their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchase up for Fangir, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well, gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also 1 away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
Minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spread in the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the AWP moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now, keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
निकाल देंगे अपने लड़के निकाल देंगे.
GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first. That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast back is good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch, if they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom. You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one. I remember first time they did it, you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one."
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But no, there's not going to be a timeout here. No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR. What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they choose it again. Bangir. Bladestorm is good for 1. A clean opener. They should get the plant off that.
Where?
ओमन को भी आ जाना चाहिए.
Ultimate's online.
आ जाना चाहिए. ओमन
and a Bladestorm.
ओमन को अल्ट करनी चाहिए थी यार.
Makes it quite difficult
क्या लगता
to
है?
break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either, just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight, but Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir, though, seemingly had enough of the blades, wanted to go back to the SMG, and well, either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be shrimp to close. The first of what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but even still, it felt a little bit shaky.
I haven't seen that one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the ground. That's enough of that. Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right click.
I like it as, pre-fire or right click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspas, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start for Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they're not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus, but MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deco.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going blazing, less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AG.AL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team. The one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Tex is carrying a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Mazzino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game. But I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down, if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Zek and Raze, big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And the most comfortable roles, I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play Phoenix, topped the lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day for this. You were waiting all day for this.
The young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. The end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit, and Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, Arcee Saying playing with the duelists, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MIBR, though, winning this map 2 in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map 1, in my mind, but map 2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR.LOS. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs, one of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
See this? Made with Envato without a production budget, and you can do the same. As a video creator, I need high quality visuals that stand out but don't come with a Hollywood price tag. With an Envato
EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hi, I'm Zekin. From MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent in a 1v1 song. This is good. They're using a Phantom. This should be a hint already. Yeah. Who would use the Phantom here? And he's beating my ass, so he's probably good. Oh, he's deegging me. Oh. This guy's frying me. Who would it be? Phantom Deeg. Who's a Phantom guy from not my region? He's jumping. Wait. I saw his knife. The only person I've seen use that skin, I think, is Jing, but it's hard. Is the correct region so specific? Phantom guy from Pacific. Ascension winner. Okay, this is someone from Nongshim, but who?
Hello.
Oh my god, he said hello.
Hello, Jacket.
Is it you, Damien?
Yeah, I'm Dumby.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water fist.
Punch me. Yeah. Come here.
Come here! No! Whoa!
Whoa!
Calm down! Hey!
Come here!
Get away from me!
Omar, come here!
No!
Nice.
GG. Very happy, I guess, right? Very happy.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. It is day number 6. We are in match number 1 and the final map for one of these squads in their EWC journey. It is MIBR.LOS versus AG.AL. We got to see Zekin there just for a little bit, chatting with Dan B. And I love the fact that in EWC you have some of the greatest players all here and the respect between them because they know each other, they watch the other regions.
Yeah.
And just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people who aren't super up on Valorant don't get is this game developed in COVID. The regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates the MEA. It's all comes together.
Whoa. I was not expecting that one. What? I just got you straight. You're like, oh my God, COVID, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can
And
always
you're
just bring it.
still
Hey,
disappointed.
what's the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on to Ascent here. Map number 3. I can't address.
It's 1 and 7, by the way.
We'll get to that in the next one. No
That's
shimmer
true.
here. They're gonna do fine. But right
Or not.
now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video, love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know? Zekin in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot, it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent and we were speaking about Zekin, we have to re-highlight the duelists.
Yeah.
A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map at the end of the day. Another Lotus, another overtime. A map that could have gone either way. But everything ends here in Ascent. As we were saying, both of these teams showed their cards against Team Heretics. One of them was successful, and the other one got the other side of the coin in MIBR.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber, and GRQ, I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in!
Oh, he will. He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist, there's like a final lock here. This is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament, and so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekin.
Economy here is super important, right? For both of the teams, we've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zekin, the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of All Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they've board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR.LOS and AG.AL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100% so far, whereas AG.AL are the final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Degon. The final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All Gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous, Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about All Gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the bit I love about this is that you and when I first saw it, I was like, wait, the guy who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix, because they swap it up directly. Yep. Like it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze, and GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics. Of course, you're gonna look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretic 13-8. The other one got 13-2. So this is easy.
चलो start हो गया
मैच. It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR gone back here shows that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Well, let's hope so. Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shock dart chasing down Vangear.
थोड़ी सी रहेगी shock dart.
Just about.
मर सकता है चैम्बर यार.
TP out in time. But he hasn't run away. He's still waiting for that push up inside of B main. Stalemate across the map. Flashes and stuns traded out in that short fight. Still no clear direction for the attack just yet. Vangear just moments away from stepping into Verno's angle. 40 HP. Could be an easier fight.
Shrimp.
With the defender and...
बस मरना.
That one could be landed. The jump peak with 40 HP is crazy. And he's left down to 1.
They're pincering though. The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap him. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic. Mistakes made theirs. Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short. More so ready to fight A main. And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
I don't think it's round 3, so yeah. That's
the Toadin.
Odin. Oh my god.
It's a nice strategy. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really want to barrel.
So.
That would come off the back of it.
Oh, there was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekam for support. The only other real rifle, but Mazzino, he ended that last map. I think it was like there was 2 rounds where he came up with like 7 or 8 kills. Like just Mazzino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried for all gamers that it does seem like every single member of this squad has started to rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism of a player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players. And while a very clean second round coming out from MIBR, the Odin hasn't been lost. And we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round, which, I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Vangear, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on, Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Vangear landing the shot.
Aspas.
Fool him once, maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee, maybe in Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less likely.
What's the saying?
Fool me once. Shame on.
Oh.
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was, are you from 10IC? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That was excellent. Are you from 10 IC?
There you go. Exactly. That's the only saying I know from that. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out, in an easy spam for Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera, landing a tag, and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Saved the day for now, at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1, and now the Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore, but Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well. Down to 1.
Nice.
The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the op, and it's a death sentence. Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease, and now just 1. But the mag runs dry. All gamers just about finding the round.
It's a weird one, because normally going out of a bonus round, you sit there and go, okay, that's not great, but they had an operator and an Odin, so...
And the op went in the hands of the opponent.
It was barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy in with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also, the operators on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
MIBR ही जीतेगी.
Aspus is going to be sent back. Blaze has bought them space. Bought them safe passage through middle, although Fangir's looking to fill in the space after. He can't cross anymore. Not without looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers gearing up for an A player.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you could maybe get the kill with a wallbang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's an early double for Verno. He's been playing incredibly well so far. And 1 and then out, and in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex, and this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it, it's an unusual pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
That Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they can see them on the cam. Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir, having a big old gun to work with, so there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekken down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue, the buy's already passed. It's 2 players striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be, they could be. If not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR, the timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Tex has already cleaned house before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous, and then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like, it was a little bit risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately, for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which, as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers, but this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah, it's safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia is landed, looks like they're going to continue the push, and MIBR sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site, late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still, An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a third player defending this site, and a question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to say, they're not allowed to. Zekken, one side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him.
Hi in April.
I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that. Yeah, see? See? There you go. No, we know.
I guess we'll never know.
We know. He doesn't have a gun. We definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read of body language and celebrations. Oh, yeah.
It's possible. Drop them to teammate. Yeah,
anyway.
Time
moving
out.
away from Mitch's idiocy.
Time out.
Defensive side building. And now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from
MIBR. Let's go.
MIBR, and a great defensive side on the other side of things with both Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember. But as of right now, they're getting shut down before the round even seems to get started. Like they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try and almost sell fakes. It's failing. They can't hold on to mid. They're losing it to the operator and set trap plays. Bono's in form. We've seen Mazzino have a decent couple of rounds. Tex has been fantastic throughout the series. And the funny thing is right now, Aspas and Zekken are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangit, and GRQ have weaponry to play with. But can they make something work here?
Oh, GRQ, as you said, just being a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start. But enough to finish. Aspas has opped him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have been, but they fired back at the start.
Odin utha.
Alone, he was...
Odin utha le meri jaan.
Great shots in that first. Look at Zekken, so quick to walk through. Kira could never expect that level of aggression. And for MIBR, a 6th round locked in. There was definitely a bit of danger there, but considering the ulti's thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot that came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Zekken is dead. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal, sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of the main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were so pigeonholed on trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over-delivering.
I forgot that he might have kill on the Phantom. The drone is going to send him flying. Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were
7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers were competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better squad.
Lose opening, win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was, I think, +4 overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined, +10 in opening duels on the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Aspis, it was Tex, putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to a favored agent, and still, we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazzino was 0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Fangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course, Aspis is feeling it at the moment, is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco.
You know what time
downright
it is?
Silly.
Odin time.
But
great delivery
when you got
service,
this. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is, they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not help all that much. The Odin on the choke, the spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover, another spam! 2 players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP, and they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry. And chances for all gamers are running out. 8-1 in the lead, our MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Like, because in that moment, you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like, nope, I'll wait 4 seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
3 round और बस फिर हो
After a
जाएगा.
very competitive first map, it does feel like these last 2 have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last remaining hope. CN, here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through. Bye-bye. No one's with them. And bye-bye indeed, it seems, to all gamers. We need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on 10 HP, and he survived that fight. Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died. So, but bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the 4th player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing, and it gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing at the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war And everything they do, they just run.
Please एक और 2 round और plus 2 round और 11-1 11-1
That first half was
11-1 11-1 11-1
swapped sides. Ran away with things now on this map. GRQ, look, he's top fragging at least, but I did think that, like, I like the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series. So you imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Fangir map 1 looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had. They've got 1 round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance, and perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wrapper round, but look how confident Zekin is. He's running at them. And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's got nothing left, though. He's down to just a classic. He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards Spin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Now, Aspas is low enough that the Classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now, he's got to go running back towards B.
Available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas, he'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot, digging a hole deeper for all gamers, burying them under round after round. This attack side, they may end the half with 1.
It's looking more and more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekin put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss, look at the scoreboard, 11-11, 11-11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle. And, well, Zekin's getting more and more confident. In fact, this is a just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay.
Bye-bye.
Is this the open site? Is this the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still 1, now 2, now 3 and a 4th. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close 11-1. The team that faced off against GE is showing up once again.
11-1 होना चाहिए.
Listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at, especially an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time, and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated. But now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspas as a savior with the off-wall bang.
I'll be honest.
NS.
If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbang like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs in just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while,
I am a.
It gets shot down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be perfect. Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
they need the fan gear.
They need the fan gear if they're going to have any chance, and there he is to start it off.
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekid just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario, a nice work from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered, and more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Yeah, perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way. And take the eco. Fan gear an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs. It's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Fangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
Buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed just yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp. Means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps... In fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but... Waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but Nothing to be found, no up saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12 to 3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it, it just seems panicky. And you can understand why. Their tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China. And it looks like Americas might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They all have a man up for now. Not a bad start.
A man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. GRQ's sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by text. The problem is, should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already. Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although if he got that TP off, there was a chance at a plant, but Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de Force online for Fangir. I don't think he's going to be saving that for the next. I don't hear it popped.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
Yeah. Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but the Outlaw's perfect.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the Outlaw anyway, but
let's accept Aspas.
Interestingly going for that hero gun in this round.
He's heard them right, he's heard them right, he's heard them right! Oh my god! What is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds! The man's deaf! He's unplugged his headphones! It's a 5v3! And Aspas has got by! The dawn of this series looked so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home, and MIBR push through the playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR with that first map. They had themselves in a pretty decent position, and then we saw the fight back from their opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick with how they were able to get through their opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
Oh, they absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on Split, we saw those issues fixed. In the pistol round, MIBR were ready for what was thrown at them, and from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now, locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful.
NS21 लेके चलो NS21 बोल रहा हूँ मैं अभी
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As
नहीं
it
किया pick,
is
कर लो जाके pick.
MIBR.LOS getting the job done here against AG.AL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's a 100% rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR.LOS hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Verno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this
you can
squad.
play Ascent.
Well, but I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like... Also, all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time, and great AG.ALing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
There were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board. A fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR.LOS's last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win, assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie. It feels so relieving.
I'm not going to lie. You guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even figured it out right after the game.
Babu, love you.
So
Babu, love you.
Love you,
yeah, love you.
Yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of early lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I feel comfortable.
All right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex who has been a rock for this squad. Plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekken brings, but Tech's just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players, they're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that I know, they're the guys I like the most. You know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like, how many times can I just say it? It's like every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here, when we're right and when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just, him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. And so many of them, all gamers were start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them, and MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good AG.ALs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AG.AL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR.LOS taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds, you heard us hammer that one home. AG.AL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket, pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR.LOS, and now we have our two teams moving on in. It is those two teams. Do you feel like that was the fair result for this bracket here?
I think so. I would have loved to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that experience. I feel like if one of these teams is more able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that is literally the one singular best thing about sports, is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim RedForce. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. Even text transforms, breathing life into your message. Dual timeline editing. This is Wondershare Filmora, powered by AI. Edit as an expert.
Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
आप लोग मुझे जानते हैं, मेरे स्टाइल ऑफ टीचिंग को जानते हैं, और अगर आप लोग मेरे डेटा एनालिटिक्स कोर्स में एनरोल करना चाहते हैं तो नीचे दिए वो लिंक पर क्लिक करें।
Seven teams have booked their spots into the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final number 1. It is the Group C decider match between Nongshim RedForce and G2 Esports, a rematch of day number 1, and the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1-7, the Americas sitting at 7-3. Will they be able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
This is crazy hate.
Wow.
And crazy
hate. Crazy, yes.
I see where it is. You just,
Whoa!
I bet, look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love for Baby Bay.
I feel like some people
love
like Baby Bay a little bit more than others.
Look,
some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Danby's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible individuals and just always top in the Americas region. And I think that, you know, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm going to have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think think G2 struggle with the Koreans. I think they struggle with the style that they bring out there. And I think the empirical evidence is kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then. Okay, they've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They have already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2. Exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So all the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all in through, better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Nongshim team have that return to form. The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle though. The meta changed. The roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just down beyond the Neon anymore. EWC is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
this guy he was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked roster that, if anything, it's probably slept on after a slightly disappointing season.
I think they slept on themselves.
I wouldn't
disagree. The potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like,
yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move Danby off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world. And we'll figure it out, right? And that didn't quite work out. Now they switch him back onto the Neon. Things look fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. It is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know?
I'm going to need some explaining here. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan where she has to go and climb the tree trunk. Is that what you mean?
It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Danby on the Neon just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Danby, let's go. You're back on it. And now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Puckett was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not. So I will save it for the next time that Nongshim play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map, Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very, very good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then we went Sunset on the second map.
It was Breeze, Sunset, and Split.
Literally, G2 just wants revenge, it looks like.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no. That's the switch there. It will be Haven closing out there, not Split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they have a little bit of a better shot on Haven. Yeah, I mean,
what you're gonna do?
I like it. I always think a winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that. We know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back...
Sorry.
You're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff, from both sides, feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold that G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogamo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogamo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first Breeze. 8 and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon. So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Danby's the Neon on the other side. Baby Bay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more, but it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that Nongshim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map, there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can segment that, but in some occasions, if Chokimo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerfs to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main.
Yeah,
if you give a main, Extros will farm the ult orbs. He will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it, so I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally, you see A being played for retake, but you can't do that against the Phoenix comp. You have to show you can beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try to set that one up.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
Yeah, oh, what a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to.
क्या लगता है guys कौन जीतेगा आज?
And also Dragon would just happen to lock KO as well. That just happened to be the same composition. We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint on that as we
guys अभिलाषी मैंने like, share,
I will say for me, one
subscribe
thing that
poll
I don't
डाला
think
है
is
poll
touched
पे
on
vote
enough in
करो
this G2 comp is the
poll
use of
में
Astra.
vote
We've
करो
seen a couple other teams try
समझे
Astra, and I do think it's a really
करो
nice fit across
अभी
the
करो
map. I think on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very,
Subscribe भी
very
करो
important.
साथ
And the theory is that
Subscribe
you
भी
should
करो
be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, it's almost like you cannot blame Valiant. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with X-Ross since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of Yoru. He actually adapted across to that initiator to fit the team. And now he's even more unleashed.
And here we go. Nongshim RedForce, winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports, the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas. And again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up in Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex. There's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that Breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch not just from Master Santiago, but from an earlier on here at EWC. It was a 13-5 affair for Nongshim to be able to take this map. G2. Learned from that.
Subscribe
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn there. Of course, it's a very tough map to go up against Nongshim on because of the way that they're so quick to get to the punch. Like, Dombi's so good, he's got so much open space to work with, and then they've got, you know, multiple layers with the Harbor and the Viper to kind of cover up some of what they're doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix and the Neon to really disrupt you. But it will be G2 starting on that defender side. It was very difficult for them to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dombi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here. See if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do.
Let's go.
Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously, carefully, and absolutely annihilates them. 3 kills found, only X-Ross able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy, all of a sudden, the last one standing. 0 point not to connect for the swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
कोई नहीं anti guys,
looking
like
into
करो
the
like करो
past. They
like
don't
करो
check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf,
like करो guys, like
absolutely
करो
brilliant in those shots.
like करो
That
यार
is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time. Full.
like
that third
करो
one.
Clean, clean, clean. Big round win. Got to jumpstart things here for G2.
like करो guys, like
Could
करो
be leading into a pretty
like
easy
नहीं हो
2-0
रही
start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Yeah, only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in side of RB's smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. They're at least going to spam him out of there, but didn't really take too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down to 46. Space still looking to be taken, though. Stomby sliding out of that, through that wall, rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Clinton ready to come through. Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so does end up getting taken down.
कोई नहीं
Hold position for a flawless retake here. RG2, as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but Trent, only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the Gravwell ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Baby Bay 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The Chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit.
आराम से खेलो Ness, please.
Cuts him off for now. Valen just gonna go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plan to come in.
I know, आराम से खेलो.
Won't be able to find much of anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just going to have to try to play for a few.
Enes.
We'll see, though. They've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out. X-Ross knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing is going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish. So X-Ross still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this Diffuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake, very difficult against this Nongshim comp, in particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed, trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be X-Ross with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the Outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only 2 players who are one tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full.
गाइस तैयार हो रहे हैं 9 बजे हम
Clear too
एपेक्स
much
लेजेंड
space.
खेलने
The
जाएंगे
recon goes pretty deep. He's just gonna peel back. So Nongshim, I think probably pretty aware. They have to try something a little bit different, but so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
Right back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, all to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB. Downbeat dead. X-Ross now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Is Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill? Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogamo has the jump, 5-1-1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive stuff already from G2, showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there, you know, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back, that it can clear a lot of space. There's just so many smokes at the front of the site there. And Ivy just tries to disrespect the util. And maybe it was the decay, maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot. Dombey trying to up the pace with Baby Bay. Absolutely denies it. Pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill, but it will end up getting taken down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB
9 बजे पहले अगर एक मैच हो गया ना,
एक
मैप निकल गया तो मैं वो वहां तक देखूंगा.
उसके
बाद गाइस मैं एपेक्स लेजेंड देखूंगा.
Fan out into mid, the drone.
एपेक्स लेजेंड. फिर हम स्विच करेंगे एपेक्स लेजेंड.
And they opt not to challenge him this time. Just going to instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can outlurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site. You don't have the brute force of Dombey there to lead the charge.
It's a grab well on the timing. It's well read by Valen. Baby Bay about to be under some pressure in this time. And no scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now. Can take that outlaw into hand. Leaf, the only one that would be vulnerable to the one shot. Push forward though, it's going to be Trent taking that contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered. Two players try to hold the line here for Nongshim. Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for Leaf with a snake bite. He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire already. As G2 starting things off 4-1. It's ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim. Do we see a timeout called?
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. See what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out. This is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. There's a slide out. He's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well.
Guys, एक चीज दिखाता हूं मैं. देखो ये क्या.
Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so is able to send out the wall.
खा लेता हूं मैं भी से. बाद में बताता हूं क्या
He's
होता
going to
है.
go chasing forward, try to catch them off guard here perhaps.
खा लेता हूं अभी मैं. खा लूं.
Away, re-swings, Jogamo will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf, Trent peeling one back down. Elimination, but Nongshim looking like they're finding their footing, and X-Ross starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over the side, cleans up Fallon, as they will find their second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombey next to Orange, but And that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start, though, to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round. Give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still, though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. Xros into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. Dombi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults, too. Pit available for Leaf.
Ahead.
Let's see if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to think about it as a retake option. Still, G2 giving up that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so. Being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start the ready. Just beat the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As Xros sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that they're, oh my god.
He is
safe enough to find the plant, but what in the hell is that?
The look on Valent's face.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the blind there, but Xros to cover, keeps him protected for now as Jogamo strafing across that molly. Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake Bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through, the hold to begin. Spray over to the one, and Ivy will connect onto all 3. 4K for him in the round. Ivy was an absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the thought process from Nongshim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, Nongshim, a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dombi, hits the transfer. The cleanup too. Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going as he scales forward and will be able to intercept Leaf as well. A back-to-back rounds here for Nongshim as they tie it up 4-4.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for G2, I get it, but also he can just disrespect your util. They know he's coming and they still can't stop it. So maybe Rifle's there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous. Just sliding on in. No fear. Tough one, yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go. Valen has a Cosmic Divide. Jogamo getting close to another null command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. Nongshim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Tried to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. They say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like, they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless he goes like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're dead to rights. Swing that corner, immediately going to fall. And now Nongshim are pushing into the stack. Dombi going to be headshot on that push, and Jogamo right up in between the pyramids. Finds it. Push through, and it's going to be Jog coming away with 3. Shuts them all down on entry, and Nongshim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp, in that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. It's just something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor, and now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing 2 guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
You know, they've given up the space. That's why Trent's getting back over to Ness. Would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. Will send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down on the floor. The res can come in, and is. Valen's able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Stuck within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim, they will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting. Putting in a lot of good prep for today. BB going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim.
ठीक तो कर रही है ना मेरी टीम क्या कर रही है ना बढ़िया यार बढ़िया
big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive is just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's just a hair off from being able to find Dombi's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Dombi sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet.
Go, go, go.
Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, and then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit. But it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments.
सब्सक्राइब करो
Make it difficult
और
for
पोल में
G2
अपना
here.
वोट डालो पोल है
again tried to go
कौन
for
जीतेगा
that
आज
choke point
NS या
punch and
G2
lose
उन दोनों
Valen
में से जो
quickly.
आपको पसंद है उसको वोट कर दो
They
बस
just
और कुछ
don't
नहीं
have
करना
enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. Makes it really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. See if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the Reckoning. Leaf going to be blinded up, but still is able to find Dambi. Exos for the turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged. Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim. These walls are only going to last so long. B still just checking on that backside corner. Goes for it now. Ooh, Francis to try to scale forward. X-Ross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now. Nice. Out from tunnel is able to find Francis. He's put himself on an island. Out of util now. Is Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. A swap of the guns to dive forward. The swing out. It's all to play distraction as Ivy from window will mow them down. Nongshim managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B site too. Been a lot of A hits, but this one, they're able to get going. Even though it looked like maybe Leaf was just going to close the door on him, but X-Ross able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go. A little bit of a preview. This is the opening pistol where Leaf, pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
For sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about with this run back with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again, finding more and more success from it, and we didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
देख रहा है अभी लाइक करो लाइक के बिना मत जाओ यार लाइक के बिना मत जाओ सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हो सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो कर दो यार कर दो यार अपने भाई के लिए कर दो यार प्लीज यार कर दो
Hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
40 बंदे देख के चले गए 40 व्यूज आ गए इस लाइव स्ट्रीम पर 40 लाइक नहीं हुए अभी तक 3 लाइक हैं अभी तक 3 महीने में 2 होंगे वो अभी तक
You're not going to be feeling really comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
3 बंदे देख रहे हैं
Do not like the way that Nongshim played.
4 लाइक तो हो जाने चाहिए 3 लाइक दिख रहे हैं
But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope.
40 बंदे देख के गए 40 लाइक तक नहीं हुए यार
See a little bit more consistency.
कर दो यार
Francis
लाइक
clear the
यार
drone and under a ton of pressure just says nope, not even worth it. I
आवाज
got
तो आ
tagged
रही
by a
होगी
dart.
मेरी
They're throwing stuff out.
कर दो यार
I'm
लाइक
out.
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that is not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at Shop. There's X-Ross going to be overwhelmed outside of Bridge. Valen cleans up downbeat. Now 3 players versus 4.
Oh my God.
Francis looking for a timing, but Trent, he's not ready for him to also swing up towards Bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Valen has a backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall on RB, now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out a clean anti-eco. It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find him. It's going to be Trent. As G2 now just 1 round away.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map. Love the aggressive post plant play from them. A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. You know, 2 players coming up towards Bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think, you know, maybe they'll send 1. 2 like that, especially G2.
NS का comeback
you know, they're a team that likes to play that fundamental set up crossfires on the site, you know, post plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
Here. This time Gamble stack onto A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a, no, I mean Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here onto Ivy. And now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away.
गाइस यार लाइक को लाइक करो यार लाइक नहीं कर रहे यार तुम लोग लाइक नहीं कर रहे हो बुरा लगता है यार
make you change directions here.
Stand out on X-Ross, but at the cove situated.
Like
forward, a couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Down being the walkout into mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill. And they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As X-Ross, he didn't check to the side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid. And he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free. That would have been a Bulldog scooped up off the corpse. Absolutely misses the opportunity, and now it's just Ivy to try to see if he can get any additional damage. Basically needs 2 kills. That just feels very unlikely.
No, it's pretty difficult. Gonna try to tuck in and die to the spike. Nice little mid-round here from G2. Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer, or at least done a lot of damage to them. And instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy. That gave G2 enough time there for that mid-round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder.
एंड इसको थोड़ा बैठ के खेलना पड़ेगा आराम से मतलब रश करने दो ने रश करते हुए
a little bit different maybe
खुद मत रश करो
like to see
थोड़ा आराम से खेलना पड़ेगा ना
toy with some different ideas. Now Nongshim's strategy here today continues to be gamble stack.
Just stack up.
Just gamble.
Going for it again, maybe a push into mid. Flash out, but now the lean back over to A where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Hear the sprint forward from Baby Bay, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now. And I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of...
Trent hears all this.
Yeah. That's so many footsteps.
Oh.
What a read.
Will stun him up, and down with the slide in, is able to find that kill. Wise to that. Meanwhile, RB was still able to find an elimination as well. Turns to the side, Baby Bay trying to barrel stuff, but RB still comes away with another before finally getting taken down. Curveball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late. Jogamo covering fire, keeping his AG.AL protected, at least for the moment, as Jogamo Gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again. The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus.
Please.
G2 looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
But at its peak, it's a 2v5. It's just Valen and Jaw.
Yeah.
Come back,
Yeah.
Bails
I thought the round was done.
17, 9, and 5. Looking untouchable right now on this KO.
Like and subscribe.
G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play against the Thrifty. That could have cost them everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now recoverable. At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will leave it in the hands of Extros after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
The Reckoning is going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Balance position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh, Leaf.
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Valen just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. X-Ross hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm. Nongshim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does. It's getting a little too out of hand. You're coming into a big buy as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for Dambi. So some things that certainly Silkenon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to the game plan here, guys, with how we usually play our defender side. Let's, keep maybe Dambi mid, have him take some control, split it up 2-2, Viper front of B, everybody else over towards A, and maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more with Dambi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still not something he's...
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side, too. Like, you want Dambi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, nice. Wow. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through. To clear a neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in. For those flashes at back pillar, Ivy gonna hold his own, but Extros getting the spot out. Relays that over immediately. And Dambi will be able to find value. Catches Leaf on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that. Cleans him up.
Nice.
Just Extros.
Come back.
Still on board for a flawless. Huge way to jumpstart their economy. Back into this game, and yet RP will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. Nongshim, once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much of this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon
अब तो रिदम आ जाना
on these
चाहिए
executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much because you know that snake bite and some of the other utils is going to be following. And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side of the side, the drop down from Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen, but RB swoops around from behind, is able to find one.
Oh.
Xros dead, leaves RB all alone now. A 1v3.
कोई नहीं RB आराम से
6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out. Valen has the headshot. G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. We're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon and damage about the peek in the mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find the shot. Jogomo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that op was going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogomo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. Francis will have it on the trade with that Hunter Sphere. And meanwhile, Ivy out of the cannons. Valen going to be taken down, and so far the crunch looks decent, but then they overstep. He's pushing past his own wall.
A tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players here. Like, is this actually free? It is not.
Francis needs to win that one. He's going to win them both. Leaf and Trent will get taken down the opposite being recovered. And Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail biter for them, but they scraped by with the round win. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick. That Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. It cost them quite a bit in that round. Baby Bay will cut funds for that overdrive. I'm going to mention he picked it up in the previous round. Well, he's just going to dive on in.
Sending it now. Not spotting anything. Francis sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that Neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind, going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out, but still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. But Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tomby just trying to run him down. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xros went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab. Spot out any of these players in transit towards A. And you should think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit, most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yep, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant. Try to make this nigh impossible for Xros. Really now he has a bit of a quandary.
एक और मार
Try peek at the corner. Finds the first. Gets the fadeaway shot! What is that? What a monster! What a hero for Nongshim! As Xros wins an ungodly clutch to tie it at 10-10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim. absolutely crushing G2 there in that moment. They had a real chance. There's a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created. You know, Baby swinging in from mid opens up a lot of space. It's going to drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Baby होगा अपने घर पे.
Don't know how I feel about leaving the pit there.
पड़ेगी ना जरूरत टाइम आउट की.
I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip your cap on that one.
Now that is just unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout.
Like करो यार guys, like कर दो. Like
like that could be just soul crushing if you're G2. Because yeah, you leave the pit, but you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double stacking the angle and making sure that you're not giving him really what you think is going to be, a 1v1. Right, you're playing against that, but somehow, some way, X8UL he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent off guard, but maybe just took a little bit too long. I think they maybe expected X8UL to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him, like, as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Dambi has the backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
5v5 अब तो लालो
Should be a tough hit as Ivy. Off round here for Nongshim.
Op कौन कर रहा है? Op.
Leaf just on the other side of this. Ready to try to find the jump here. Ivy, however, still pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, Baby rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valorant, however, still going to be able to find one. France is going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still profiting on the front lines. Ivy can find the one, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do. Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will fall to his hand, but G2 win the round and regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you've put Nongshim on another weak bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over. Two, since X8UL has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main, two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that drone saw Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jogamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. That's a kill still operating alone, though, and it's going to be Trent. Front of sight, take him down.
3v3.
I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Going to be down to X8UL, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow.
X8UL, Ram se.
Timing. Of too many angles. Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Dambi able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. Melee bolt chucked in, push into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching, has him covered, and Trent will get them over the line. A 3K for the Sova, 12 to 10. G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking, again, for more aggression from Nongshim, looking for that scaling, want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at double doors in mid, right in front of Xros there. That doesn't tell you much.
मत करो पिक, मत करो पिक, मत करो पिक. Dambi no, Dambi. Dambi no, Dambi no, Dambi no.
You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here. Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2. Take a little bit of map control, start to work things out. What a pick for Dambi, though.
कर दो यार.
That Phantom took a couple bursts, but eventually
44 बंदे देख के चले गए. Views आगे 44 पर like नहीं हुए उसने.
In front of the Viper
कर दो यार.
See if you can spot out anything at the same time. This drone
Subscribe कर दोगे तो और अच्छा लगेगा मुझे. Subscribe भी कर दो साथ.
RB trying to find that timing, but he cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the 1-2 deliver. Noise is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent never rotated. Stayed stagnant at Dami now. Taken out of the equation. Xros and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4. Now the 1v4. Xros. His work cut out for him. He finds the first. The null command will expire. But on the swing, Valen takes the fight and takes his life. 13-10. A massive rebound, G2. They did their homework. They were prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's really on that defender side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you could see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position where Nongshim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go to Sunset. G2's pick, where they were able to take down Nongshim in a 13-7 fashion. Nongshim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back, otherwise their run at EWC will come to an end. But for now, let's
अभी लगाने गया.
अच्छा, अब समझ आया इसलिए.
She does that pose. Yes.
Oh, you do have going that for you.
Yeah.
It is still a stick figure, so I guess you guys are within that same range. And once
we should both be cancelled off the internet.
And for everybody once,
Mozambique, right?
Everybody once again at home,
let
us know
we spelled it
in the chat. What is Clara's rating? Okay, we're gonna go back and look at some of those ratings that you guys are putting on Twitch, that you guys are putting on YouTube, and maybe that you guys are putting on social media with the hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26.
Now let's get 7 to draw one.
No.
We feel better about ourselves.
Luckily for me, we're almost getting ready for Group A versus Group B.
Ooh.
You know what? I gave you a 7, right?
Yeah.
Am I gonna have to play favorites here because you're like the guest? Yeah, I am. You know what? I'll give you a solid 7.7.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'm gonna make you out back 7.
Clara?
Yes. Okay, so I got here on the 1st, and then I decided the 2nd I was gonna wake up and go see everything. So I walked the entire day, and I sweated in places I should probably never sweat.
S8UL.
But I was determined because I ended up at one location, and then once I saw a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower, I was like, okay, it's a 50-minute walk. I can make this. And 50-minute walk for most people is nothing, right?
Yeah.
50-minute walk for a girl who sits at her PC 8 to 12 hours a day, maybe gets like 500 steps a day. Yeah, I was hurting by the end of the business days. 3 to 5, yeah. I was hurting. Got like 20,000 steps in, but I felt really good about it.
Okay, do you remember how many steps you ended up with?
It was like 20
20.2, I think. Yeah, it was a lot. But I wanted to see as much as possible because I knew the minute the tournament started, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be locked in the tournament. I'm not gonna want to go see Paris.
That's true. Yesterday, I got a chance to go check out the Eiffel Tower. It was freaking stunning. And we got a chance to see it too during the sunset when it starts sparkling and stuff.
Yeah, it's so
It's been
cute.
pretty nice. Now, no, Lace, you got like, what, 7 weeks with me here or 6 weeks here in Paris. Have you got any chance to explore anything yet?
No, so I keep procrastinating. I'm like, I'll see it next week, next time, like, you know, a little bit later. Yeah, I'll get around to it, guys, okay? I struggle walking to the fridge like I'm out of breath.
Have you guys
If
ever had
Uber Eats
snails?
could Uber Eats from my fridge, I'd do it.
You have?
I have.
Okay, what do they taste like? Because I was tempted last night, but I didn't do it.
The ones I had were really buttery, so that's all I remember.
Oh.
And Grace is probably watching this right now. Graceful is probably watching this right now, saying anything that Seven eats probably tastes amazing to him. I can tell you, Graceful, snails. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Paris. Not my cup of thing. I don't think I would. I don't think I would try it again. Is there any food in Paris that you definitely want to try that you haven't yet?
I want to try snails. I tried frog legs last night. That was an experience.
How was it?
Tasted like chicken. Yeah, it was like a little fried chicken, so it wasn't bad. I liked it.
Okay, Lace, any food that you want to try?
Tastes like chicken, yeah, crocodile chicken. No, look, I do want to ask an Apex question to our wonderful player.
Oh.
We you know, obviously this game has been around for a long time, right? And you get a little bit emotional, like because you're so driven to this title. Obviously, after 7 years and all the metas we've been through and the pain we go through, what makes you stick around and love it so much?
Genuinely, the community. I feel like the community is just so tight-knit. Everyone is so kind and like such a family that even we talked a little bit how I diverted from Apex for a tiny bit, but then I came but then I came back and it was like I was welcome with open arms and everyone was so like just welcoming and it made me feel really happy to be back. Yeah.
Beautiful game it is.
Honestly, that is a great reasoning. It is a great community, and that's why I keep just pushing, because I want to see your drawings. I want to see everything that you guys got going on. But let's thank you so much for spending some time here with us,
Thank you
Claire,
for
at
having
work.
me.
Let's check out this video that we got coming up.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Cyberware, it sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But they don't tell you what it costs.
You alright, mate? Hey, you hear me? What's the matter with you?
S8UL, hashtag S8UL.
Speed, power, endurance. They're all right here.
एक साइफर की साउंड यार ये साइफर की साउंड लग रहा है साइफर की आवाज यूज करिए
Control or power? The choice is yours.
Oh, look at that. Okay, guns up. Oh dear. Another ruthless kill. Your childhood must have been terrible.
ना 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 गाइस जो रिएक्शन दिखाया है लाइक करो लाइक करो गाइस
Et nous voici de retour, mesdames et messieurs, pour la deuxième partie de notre journée. La moitié des équipes ne sont pas encore rentrées sur scène et elles vont le faire dans quelques instants.
As we pass the halfway point of day one, it is now time to introduce our final two groups to the main stage to debut.
On compte sur vous, mesdames et messieurs, pour bien les accueillir. Ils n'auront qu'une seule chance de faire bonne impression, qu'une seule chance de faire une belle première journée. Quoi de mieux que la première journée du Esports World Cup?
Here's the thing, Luti. You only get one chance at a first impression, and what better place to pop off than day one of the Esports World Cup. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage, starting with Zipline.
बता दो भाई क्या है क्यों तड़पा रहे हो अपने S8UL वाले भी आएंगे भाई सोल
Dog Red!
Enter Force 36!
Team Nemesis!
चलो भाई चलो
WGR Neo!
Hinotrope Club!
Team RRQ!
Elite Esports.
Team Vision.
GK Esports.
Team Liquid.
Reject.
टीम सोल के बंदे नहीं दिखाई दे रहे सोल के बंदे नहीं दिख रहे कहीं यार
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star.
Aurora Gaming.
Sentinels. S8UL.
S8UL.
TLN Pirates.
And last but not least, please make some noise for your defending champions of the EWC, VK Gaming!
The Kings return to defend their crown. It's one thing to become champion, and it's another to stay champion. In the Gadia City Grid, there are no guarantees, but VK Gaming have earned the right to fight for it again. So keep your eyes peeled, because their journey starts now.
那么在去年的 EWC APEC 项目中，那个决赛第9局的话是这样的，当时想的队列沟通是比较混乱的。
别，不，慢慢来，我抓着，加油，抓了，来，
They take the top. They are world champions of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup.
我们那时候太厉害了，这是我们应得的。
The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams. And finally, QQ, press that button and drop them all in.
当时选择 Alliance 和 Falcon 还有 Fantig 这3支队伍当做那个底座的话，是因为Alliance 本来是那个欧洲赛区的第1嘛，然后我们选他们就因为他们玩的比较好，就实力比较强劲，然后名气也很大。
You are the Sony MVP of the tournament, and you will get an additional $10,000.
冠军加上 MVP 之后吧，多多少少有点懈怠了。
Everybody live in the Gadia Arena, make some noise for the winners of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming!
在那个拿了EWC 冠军之后，因为冠军嘛，然后大家就迎来一个比较漫长的休息期。 就我们已经很久没有去磨合了，然后打的训练赛也比较少，所以导致我们札幌打的不是很好，结果不是那么好，不是那么让人能接受。
Maybe moving down, VK have fallen. They will not be joining us in match point finals.
就我觉得想赢的话，你得先不怕输嘛，就先不怕输才能赢。所以卫冕冠军对我来说没有压力，反倒是动力吧。
如果我能连冠的话，我觉得亚特兰赛区是站起来了。但是我更想说的是，对我即将出生的孩子，还有我在家里的老婆说，我是最棒的。
Nice, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs at EWC 2026, where we get to be met with Group C and D with the returning winners of our previous EWC. It's Alliance, VKG, and a family on the way, Tiff. Welcome back, everybody. We're locked and loaded for some more Apex Legends.
Yeah, that interview, it really hits hard when you start to think about it. It's not only just that, congratulations once again to starting a family, taking that next step in your life. That's a really cool last year, right? You take a title at the mid-season playoffs in 2025 and you... Now, the other side of things, you do have someone saying there was complacency involved.
Yeah.
And my favorite part about that is they recognize it. You know, you don't make match point finals in Sapporo just a few months ago, and you're like, we need to level up. Now you're the returning people here on the stage to defend your title. This is the best way to make that comeback and show your family what you can do.
You have to consider the slogan when it comes to EWC, Tiff. Nothing is given, everything is earned. And if you feel like you have fallen short, which when we know what VKG could do,
exactly,
they recognize that coming out of champs. Now this is the opportunity to take back what you have once tasted in the past here in Paris.
Yeah, and I was being an absolute menace in media day yesterday, and I was talking to a lot of former champions, right? And I was like, is it easier for you to get that first win out of the way, or was it more difficult to defend a title? And every single person said defend the title, because the way things are changing, and it's making sure that you can adapt and stay consistent. And this is the perfect proving grounds to make that happen. We saw all the chaos that happened in A versus B, C versus D. When you've got Alliance, you have VKG in the mix. This is that proving ground.
Sentinels too.
That's true.
We literally just got dubs on dubs on dubs.
That's our
here.
ALGS champs from Sapporo.
And it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to fare off against those who have been able to achieve that at EWC in seasons past. Now looking at our different legends who are ready to go, we have to also highlight the fact that we are once again starting our first 3 games on E-District, this time with Group C versus D and their POI draft, Tiff.
Yeah, and this is what we want to talk about, because the majority of our circles in Groups A versus B did pull down. We had Draft Point, we had Humbert Labs, and we had a City Hall ending. So the teams that are in City Hall, Dog Red. Alliance from Boardwalk with Team Liquid at Resort are going to have early prio should we go to the northwestern side of things. But if we do kind of hone down onto the southeast, I'm looking at Aurora, who has Humbert Labs, Zipline Mafia over in Old Town, and VKG, they're at Stadium. Now Falcons, they started off incredibly strong on E-District from Stadium earlier today, so there's very real possibility that we see success for them as well, and it's a similar pattern. The majority of our teams in this lobby prioed Stormpoint POIs up until Alliance. They're the ones that broke the mold. They picked an E-District POI first, knowing that they're getting Northpat on Stormpoint later, because who is contesting that?
Yeah, for free, right? Like literally it's the aura. It's the aura that they exude when it comes to trying to contest Alliance, which is why they get to get Stormpoint free and they don't really have to worry about it. Further prioing their POI on E-District, which is going to be Boardwalk, as you've already mentioned some of our other highlighted teams. When it comes to settling into where these zone pools have been, right? We saw that Humbert Labs very early zone pool, as well as another southern zone over by Viaduct, but it's all about how a lot of these teams have been able to prio their side quests when it comes to getting the information, figuring out where they're going to settle inside these next zones, especially considering the legend compositions that we have.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? And one of the teams that I had the chance to sit down and chat with just yesterday was Team Liquid, right? And they're a fun crew. And I feel like a lot of people would laugh at me when saying that, because like they're like, wait, what do you mean? You got Zero, you got Panic and Sykes. But honestly, the chemistry that they were exuding yesterday after their hero shots I was like, you know, I've got a good vibe about this team. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is the land. Because if you remember correctly, Vicky, Zero missed out on a match point finals just in the most recent land.
It's crazy to even see that.
Right?
And then the fact that like you come out of our first experience in Riyadh for EWC, how stressed Zero looked, written all over his face. Now you're talking to me about a different vibe, a different approach here with this player.
You know, it was a little interesting, right? Now you got Panic over there on the right-hand side of things. I said he was 17. I'm sorry, guys. He is 19. He is not the youngest player here. That's actually going to be over on Team Nemesis with Sacred.
Yes.
But there's a lot of those young guns that are on the come-up. All these new pickups. You've got Aku over there on the left side of Hackis. You know, he recently got placed onto Alliance once Effect went elsewhere, right? So that's kind of the things. We're all about proving proving ourselves here, which it goes right back to the EWC. Everything is earned.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? I was like, you're still baby, by the way. Like, when it comes to 1917, all right. But you know what? It's true, though. Because then you take a look at having that experience and how that carries over to mentality and how you're going to be able to start strong, everybody. We got a large crowd here in Paris. I know the crowd is rearing to go. We got some more Apex.
Hello,
Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see you guys get hyped because these games are only going to get better.
They just keep on going, and we're going back to E District to kick us off here from Group C versus D. Will a returning champion start off strong here, or maybe the 2025 champions Alliance answer back with an early firepower start?
Getting situated too with our POI drop that we were already highlighting before. You talk about VKG as they land over by Stadium, very similar to Falcons, and a very different game plan here as VKG wanting to live up to what they know that they could achieve here. Family on the way. LQ understanding this here together with QQ as they roll out already with the Valkyrie. And it's interesting because if we take a look at where this zone pull is, it may be a southern zone, but taking a different pathing here, Tiff.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I do enjoy Street Market ending. So if I'm the White Grim Reapers over there, I'm feeling pretty strong as soon as I can get that information. With knowing how many people are actually favoring Caustic in this lobby, we did see that crypto ban frequently in scrims with this group matching and first banned in our A versus B.
It's important to also talk about the fact that we have another 100% pick rate on crypto. I mean, I wasn't really expecting that too much of a kind of different outlier here. We're going to continue on with the trend. 20 cryptos in this lobby, 18 alters, as well as 14 caustics. Get ready. It's going to get a little stinky in here with the coexistence that you could have on E-District. But when it comes to a zone like this, talk about market in general and the lack of space that you may find yourself if you go in for a late rotate. As we can already see the scans coming in with the skies looking congested off these crypto drones.
And immediately diving into some early kind of information, we're just trying to poking and prodding. Aurora, Effect, Hiarka, Oirein, they're going to try and get that action. Now, we always talked about, especially at the beginning of year 6, Effect coming onto Aurora's roster after leaving Alliance. What would that look like? How would those falls work for the roster? But Hiarka has been really cerebral about it, and most people kind of fail to miss. Like, he won a LAN from Go Next, so we do have LAN winners on this roster. We just need Oirein to get one as well. For Zipline Mafia, Kazakh falls to 1 HP, but gets back alongside Weak Q away from them.
You know, sometimes when I feel like I'm getting whiplash watching a lot of these individual players take that TP back from the altar queue, it's also just the fact that you have double stun when it comes to having the deal with Seer, the crypto EMPs on top of it, but we're seeing Zero cleaning up Aku while he was at it, and it's Alliance in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice start for them because they actually begin up at Resort. We talked about it, but when you have that ring console at Boardwalk where Alliance was, you do kind of know that you can drop straight back down, especially based off the survey beacon they had at Resort. You're getting that info.
And because they waited for him on the other side of the portal too, that is so unfortunate, but fortunate for Liquid to pick up some easy KP off the start, leaving Alliance as that duo going through Blossom Drive. Hopefully they will be able to bring back their third, while Sentinels hopefully trying to get this Death Box res too. Getting able to get Bleacher right back, but the action does not stop. Caustic Bear, oh, he got kidnapped! Oh! All right, and he gets scanned while he's at it too. There's nowhere to run, playing off the sliver of health that he's working off of, but the pressure's not giving up. At least they got the res, which is what matters, but getting out of that situation is even more important for Sentinels.
I know, I'm like watching and counting our cooldowns through the portal. You got 8 seconds on the med kit, 10 on the Phoenix for Monsoon, but we're back up to mostly full health for them and a bit of stability. Now into the drone we go to make sure we scout out that area, but that was almost too close for comfort there.
The fact that they were able to get that, can we talk about some of those changes too? Being able to not have a countdown on being able to get the death box res as well. So being able to pull that off, immediately get out of that trouble with the portal right through to the other side of the wall. But seeing the side by side of the other teams who are going to start rotating. GlitchX are right next to Liquid, by the way, after we saw them pick up that early KP from Alliance. I've been able to hopefully reset as they try to approach from the north side of the zone. But VK Gaming taking their time coming out of Stadium where they have that ring console and survey beacon.
I've got to give it to our teams that are running Caustic that will have access to the ring consoles. The majority of them, you've made it into the next circle. So that's exactly what we want to see. Starting off in A versus B, a lot of people were fighting in that mid-game situation and didn't quite make it to endgame. And that lobby went a lot quicker. It did become a little more drawn out as we went through, but these teams are actually focusing more on getting into that circle. Of course, Aurora over at Stadium, yeah, they're not. For RC though,
A little bit of a different look with Reject now coming in from the outskirts of the Energy Bank, where NIB will be trailing right behind him, where they have a survey beacon as well as a ring console. Again, it's more that side quest. They also have the Evil Harvester on the outskirts of that choke, so they'll be able to rotate through there through Energy Bank. But it's a little scary when it comes to the amount of ultras in this lobby. Sure, it's 100% pick rate for crypto in general, but it's the ability for a lot of these teams to reposition just as quickly. The Team Liquid now come out of Blossom, and Alliance were able, as we have already mentioned, fully reset. It's a great look for this team because no one's really trying to contest them on the western side of Street Market. So they're just playing on the outskirts, looking at teams like even GK, who are going to be able to take some lovely shots with this Hemlock here, trying to boost up Knock and that Evil Shield.
Yeah, I've been really exciting about that GK roster. Dropped, Keon, Knocked, and this is a great way to start things off. You're kind of all the way furthest south out of the teams. You do have Team Nemesis nearby, and as we kind of look at that free cam, you can see them just to the north ahead of that. You do have to make sure we're keeping tabs on that. Anytime Team Vision, as well as they kind of get closer to GK, make their presence known, they're guarding that ring console over there. So it leaves teams like Elite, who have found themselves dead center of circle, kinda up in that drone, just kind of keeping tabs. You see S8UL down there. Back to Team Liquid and Dinos though. Dinos the biggest question mark of our lobby, Vicky.
See how they're going to be able to fare off against a zone like this too, right? Or will they find themselves extinct? That's the question here while we take a look at the other teams who are on the high ground overlooking Street Market. We don't really get zones that end up pulling directly on top of it, but it's more so on the outskirts where teams that were able to find their place early on in these road takes, like GK as well as Team Nemesis, can get trickier for the teams that have to play off that low ground coming in from the north side of these rotates into Street Market.
It's kind of interesting. We haven't lost any teams just yet. Zipline Mafia, you can see rotating in from that eastern as you're talking about. VK Gaming in the north. Team Liquid and Dinos. Alliance. That's going to be a really interesting side when they decide to rotate in. Now, the question is, do we keep carving a path and maybe enter on the eastern as you see Team Liquid basically chaining those portals together, but Dogred, the first team out of our lobby at the hands of Nemesis.
And now Nemesis also looking right behind them with GK being right there. They're going to be able to clean up that KP just as quickly. And with round 2 closing in the next minute right now, they're going to be able to quickly reposition. I love the space that Nemesis are taking up here with GK being right behind them off of their own portal. They can't necessarily overextend because they know that Team Vision are neighboring right to their right. Also love to talk about the passive of the Altar being going to be able to also scoop up any extra mats that they need, considering that they've been here in this building from the very beginning.
As we keep tabs on Team Liquid, they're going to have to make sure that they gatekeep behind them. I'm sure they're already aware that someone is potentially going to follow them into this circle. But I love that we got to look at that southern side. Team Nemesis recognizing immediately, like, we clear this out, we have the potential to win this game as long as we can hold steady. But to Aurora, who notices south side is incredibly important, GK immediately portals back. We've got to get with the team, stand our ground.
I was looking to see what was going on over there with Sentinels, now forced to play that out as a duo while Aurora now make their next move. Isolated to their backs, approaching from the south side of where Team Vision is, but it was important when you highlight where that ring console was in front of Aurora to get that information too. Talk about Dog here. Oh, Gillibussy's literally won, but an insane nade. EMP is the nail in the coffin. Who's gonna take apart this team as Nemesis try to contest? GK now move up. They wanted to get some of the action here while Sacred is farming thus far.
Oh, here we go. We lost Knocked. Dropped is in drone, and here's Keon. We have to keep tabs on Aurora, who are full sending the south side, and on the low ground they are. They're forcing them down. All is gonna fall onto Keon here while we wait for Drop to join him. I love that we've got that angle for him. We don't have EMP, so it had been recently used, but an Arc Star should withstand just fine until Nemesis drops down and starts looking at GK as well. Sacred is here to get in the action.
Hold on, you're mentioning this young gun legend, 17 years old. Sacred has been farming as he claims another victim. Dropped is the next to fall, as well as the rest of GK. Now Aurora moving up to get into position, finding that one lone member of Team Nemesis, but it's fine. They have the TP from the altar who get back together with the rest of Team Nemesis, but collecting KP this early, Tiff, is important to set up this momentum on E-District.
And they're standing that area. They're making sure if someone tries to make a threat to it, we're dealing with it. And using Sacred on the altar to do that is just what needs to be done. For Alliance, we are on a different side of things. We're just north of Team Nemesis, and now Dinos who are rotating in, you have to make sure that you keep tabs. White Grim Reapers, that's who they get the initial knock and full on, and we haven't fully been able to stabilize because we have multiple teams trying to push in on this fight.
Essentially evicting them, right? Because now they're forced to go over to that north side. Crazy clip, by the way. We're currently seeing Unlucky now. Blood in the water, he's hungry. Hearing the crypto drones, great tracking, destroying it before it gets any information onto the rest of his team right behind his back. We talked about Dino too already.
They turned around and they were like, all right, nope, we're good. And I called them the biggest question mark in our lobby because you think back to the America Split 1, right? They had some of the most impactful performances, and they're one of the newer teams in general.
And as we take a look at Team Liquid, they're going to face off against Dinos. Let's jump into a listen with Team Liquid.
VK Gaming कहाँ गई? VK Gaming.
Are you 3? Okay. Starting forward. Top. I'm securing. Taking the top. 0. I am. Can we jump second? Yeah, just jump second with you. Crossing that. My head. Nice. Securing. My head. Still on me. On me. Nice. Dead. Wait, he's one. He's on. Nice. The team wrapping. Okay. Look for the team wrapping us. Top. Nice. Yep. I'm gonna medkit. We fucking got this. Medkitting. I'm gonna scan. I need true UAV if possible. Yeah. I can get true UAV. I'll get closer. I'm gonna get over the wall. I don't think we have time to fight right now. Yeah. I'm waiting. Yep. Gonna try to do it. Are you picking back here, Panic? Anyone? Yeah, I have blue pings. Yeah, we don't have team on the right side here. No one's close on console right now. No one's close to any of this, okay? Make sure you come. Try to.
Zero's.
Valorant का देख लेते हैं गाइस थोड़ी देर. G2 आ रही होगी. G2 आ रही होगी मुझे लग रहा है. G2 आ रही है.
We'll find these next 2 rounds and then start things off with another pistol.
लगा था मुझे. 2 राउंड निकाल दिया NS. NS के करे NS अटैक कर रही है ना. NS अटैक कर रही है.
Yep. No tour de force after this one should it drop. Push forward. Valorant able to find one. Looks to just get out and will be able to do so. The rendezvous there as well. So both players. Thieves in the night. Meanwhile, Trent finding a critical timing onto Ivy.
Apex ले रहे हैं जाते हैं पर पहले इसको खत्म कर लेते हैं.
Timeout call again. Looks to work a treat.
It's just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up. This time it was G2's turn.
Sky है उनके पास अपने पास.
Able to heal Valen up a little bit here.
अरे G2 का +20 होता है. हीलर ले ली होती है ना. हील करते रहते हैं.
Even has his ult if he wants to rip that.
अभी जैसे मैं इस गेम को देख रहा था मैं बोल सकता हूँ इसमें ये है वो. उस गेम में FX में कुछ पता ही नहीं लग रहा है क्या सीन है कैसे क्या खेल रहे हैं कैसे क्या है क्या मैप है.
Sprint coming in after shock to try to hold them at bay.
यहाँ पर इस गेम के लिए थोड़ी सी बात कर सकता हूँ थोड़ी देर और.
Working decently, but Baby Bay is able to find X-Ross. First player gone, now Francis fallen. RB would have to do it all, and it's just not going to be planted for him at all. The backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun.
5-6 5-6 एक राउंड लीड है
on Nongshim's door.
एक राउंड और ले लो 2 राउंड की लीड हो जाएगी ना.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this.
Come on, NS, come on.
Oftentimes, Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's going to try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt. So Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there, spray that angle down, and then TP back. Really nice little understanding of their opponent's tendencies. Now is it going to be Nongshim's turn again? That up, still going to be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
Forced out of position very quickly. Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle. Finding the same timings. Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile, Valen swinging out at alleys. Be able to find the one, but RB storming forward. Baby not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive and in the fight. RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety. Still some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Backside plant. Nongshim get the spike in play. Turn from the flash, Ivy. Oh, what a race angle, but yes, Trent is watching for it. RB dead, the face in, and the cleanup is good. G2. They make it 6-6 at the half.
Again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent's also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value. I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Babyface chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have a little trap set up along the way. To be really impressed with this comp because they're able to now punch back against that sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays.
Up the low ground though, Vane looking to give them some suppressed fire. That's a 1 member, by the way, of Zipline Mafia who wanted to harass them. This starts off the fight though between NIP, RRQ. This is insane. The caustic gas traps though, putting them in the Dutch oven as it's only up to Kuriv, and his dreams are shattered as RRQ come out on top with not only the KP, but the position over to the southeastern zone.
It's like you got the building, but at what cost? So now they're going to stabilize. I don't believe anyone else should full send this vicinity because the time is to focus next. You've got the exhibit down, Unlucky's on the ground, and Reject is out here just focusing forward but keeping this angle on the stairs.
Although this is crazy, I am seeing Liquid clean up some KP as well. Knocking Unlucky, by the way, but also Team Nemesis are farming in this lobby. The fact that they have like, what, 7 KP alone as RC now look to take a better position, looking at the action happening all around them. Alliance holding on for dear life, while Vision now share that together with the building of Nemesis, as well as WGR over at their POY advantage.
I had a blast talking to Carter and Loader just yesterday from Team Vision. They were really exciting, but Arufa finds the last member of Alliance. As Hackus falls, so do they. Down to the top 10 we go for Reject. They're still carving their path towards Circle. Do we go towards the collapsing area of Team Vision, WGR, Team Nemesis? Do we go up towards Aurora? We don't really have some good options here, but in the north, this is the battle of coverage from Zipline Mafia and RRQ.
You can also see just playing King of the Hill is Team Nemesis. They're looking at all this action, and it's just a buffet. KP after KP, they're going to be able to still clean some up. Looking ahead is going to be RRQ, who fought to hold down this building, but Zipline Mafia do get involved. They may be able to 3-peat this, but as RRQ focus on this fight, it needs to be quick.
Pricey can't get the bat off because he's got Team Liquid 0 with a G7 scout behind him. Too many eyes staring at RRQ is their demise. For Zipline Mafia, you can try to go up there and loot that, but thanks to Alter's passive, you can just take what you want without exposing yourself. Team Liquid start to keep that presence onto Zipline Mafia, but with 2 bullets in a Kraber in the hands of Zero. He's just going to use it and probably pick up that G7 again.
Driver Zero looking to see if he can take another victim with that Kraber in hand, while Carter's going to be able to take that TP, maybe getting looking to clean up on aisle 3 as Nemesis do eventually get eliminated, but it was a great run for them. I think they just stayed at 7 KP, but finding yourselves in the top 7. Now as Roar want to keep this rolling, trying to isolate the rest of the teams over to the south side because Sentinels are another one of those teams as well as Reject, but Zipline Mafia having that standoff versus Liquid unless Sentinels end up pushing up and maybe catching Liquid.
VK Gaming fell as well. And back to the G7 scout we go. He had 2 bullets left in the Kraber, took a knock onto Reject with 1 of them, and he's been trying to cross ever since. 10 kills for Team Liquid so far in game number 1. And you know what? They're full sending some more. They want to get closer to Reject, closer to Team Vision, Sentinels, and Aurora. And Zipline Mafia could just stay in the north and be patient.
I mean, the closer that monitor is to Zero's face, the heavier he feels in the way that he's carrying this momentum alongside the rest of his team. 6 KP to his name, the kill leader in their lobby as VSN Carter jumps in between the portal, does a little dance here, isolates, the player stuck on the corner. Where can you go? Where can you hide? You play off the knockdown, he's one shot and reject. Get eliminated. VSN with his own closing in behind him though, little to nowhere to run, and it was just a matter of time as Sentinels also clean up Carter.
And then we see the all of the damage coming through. The Cryptos in the lobby causing havoc, and Loader trying to withstand all of it as Blinkster gets lit up. The wingman, the swap, but it's not enough. Zipline falls, Vision falls, and Team Liquid still standing in the final 3. Full send Sentinels before being completely demolished.
And with the final 2 squads, it's just a matter of time as Aurora clean up Sentinels and clean up game number 1.
What an end game. That is one you have to go back, carve it back in slow motion, and really hone in on it, because there was so much damage flying from everyone. It felt like 3 teams just unleashing the nades, unleashing the utility. Oh, that's a crazy game.
You get an aid, you get an aid. Your backs are against literally the ring. What can you do at this point but panic, literally? I mean, looking at the way, though, that let's not even forget that they came out of Humber, moved up, and were able to contest a lot of the teams that were piled up on top of each other when it came to Street Market. That's why Liquid, alongside Zipline, were looking at the action, wanted to get involved, wanted to get some KP, maybe getting a little overzealous because you still have to consider Sentinels. But then on top of Sentinels, you got Aurora coming in from the same southern direction.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of
for some armor to be rebought as well. They stop G2 from running away with a half.
Yeah, and now like the rain is never going to stop outside.
G2
they'll
8-7.
grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play.
Come on, NS. Come
Hang
on.
But like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
Means that this Outlaw back in the hands of Baby Bake can still find a good amount of value. Paranoid the chase, but Downby this time going to be taken down over at Tiles. Trent with the turnaround is able to find that kill. He finds his second RB dead. Ivy peeling back 1 as Francis gets involved in the fight. Gets Chocobo, gets Fallon, and gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped. The opposite side of this box.
Made noise on the gun drop.
You know, leaves to try to cheat this corner, the slow orb, trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up, they go in for the fight, and they win it.
Come on, NS. Come on. NS.
Massive round from Francis. Gets the 3K. Nongshim, they might just be right back into this.
They're just sending it. I mean, I think G2 needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid. And that means that Trent, as good as he was in the heat of the moment there, it's not good enough. Just too much storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this,
का डिफेंस चलता हुआ NS
you're
को
going to
देख
have
सकते हैं
numbers,
आप
although they have a weak buy. A lot of
NS चल रही है
stingers.
NS ने होल्ड किया NS ने अपने
Oh, what a haunt.
शेड ने अपना रिवील डाल था रिवील हुआ है
He'll be forced away as the fault line goes through. Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online.
नियॉन मिड जाती हुई नियॉन मिड जाने की ट्राई करती हुई
Decay will expire
मिड में
here,
साइफर
but
साइफर ने
X-Frost
देख लिया और साइफर ने मार दिया
forward onto the
पेड़ ने
side.
मार दिया
Chocobo
मतलब
none the wiser. Ends up getting taken down, and looks like Nongshim firm control for them.
They're stalled.
G2 के बंदे एल्बो से आते हुए
That res online when possible.
एल्बो है ना
Eventually will be overwhelmed. Ivy finding
और
one
NS
down,
ने
getting himself a
NS
second
पूरा
round.
रोक
Will be
दिए
taken down. It's just leave
और
here
लीफ
at
अकेला
alley.
बचा और लीफ
Cannot hold
मर
his
चुके
own.
हैं
Not with that stinger in hand. Flawless round for Nongshim. Economy ready to explode here for this squad. To get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now you're, I think, certainly going to see a pump of the brakes, I would think, from Josh. But you never know. He's been a little bit slow with all the timeouts today. Nongshim just been absolutely going buck wild over there on A. Actually, they're suspecting that G2 be thinking something different, but it's actually, I think, going to just be slow play here from G2 with that op there. You know, and it's red again. Here we go.
Overdrive is out, the Paranoia connecting. Relay bolt gonna be lobbed in, just trying to keep him contained the wall in desperation. They're trying to keep themselves protected, but it's gonna be Leaf. Able to find two. Francis just with the one, and G2. They backpedal into the corner, and Nongshim are far too greedy.
My ultimate is ready.
Slide in as Jogamo will have it. And again, timeout not required. Nongshim, they fly far too close to the sun. They over pursue. G2 absolutely punishes them for it.
I mean, the bonkers part about this is Nongshim has, like, prepared for this. The off the rip, the stun is hitting Baby Bay, so he has to fall back. They're throwing a Paranoia. They're dashing in with the overdrive. This is exactly what Nongshim expected. And this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads-up play to slow that down just enough for them to reset their aim and create that angle density.
You think just once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained. They're shoved back into the spawn, and there's only one way to go unless they break the wall themselves. So it could have been a clean disconnect for Nongshim, then set up on defensive sidelines, but instead, just too rabid, too hungry, too bloodthirsty.
Not the Nongshim way.
That is very true.
No.
Mid
chamber has to be spicy too, Achilles.
Chamber है mid. Woman smoke देता हुआ.
I mean, it was all spice, no flavor.
It's the bomb. Yep.
We got burn after it, so slow pivot. Prowler spotting out. Maybe telling the whole story though. Could just be that chamber on the other side.
You know, the thing about it is though, is they haven't really been doing anything over at B. So the fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Sees to try to hold him in place, but Baby Bay, that push up through tiles, gets the catch on a Francis. They're at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo, gonna be popped Dombey on the peak. He's gonna find it with the op shot. Out from Market, but Leaf trades it back. Now looking to rescale back up into the site.
4v4.
Ball raised to swing through. Ivy will be good for one, but the plant can still be committed to.
I know exactly.
Safe angles. Some neural theft. Revealing these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main. And Ivy has him through the smoke.
Nice one, nice one.
A strong and necessary response round from Nongshim. Get themselves up to 10.
निकाल देगी यार एनएस. एनएस निकाल देगी. पता है मुझे एनएस निकाल देगी.
Immediately the light. That light literally on him.
Got him with like 5 KP after that first game alone. Like
that's not bad.
3K damage, yeah.
You think back to when it was strafing and Easy Flash had a really powerful performance on a LAN. A lot of that, to see them kind of back playing together, knowing that Easy Flash has the potential for those fragging moments, and to see Pricey on that roster as well, being a lot of like the cerebralness, I think it's a fun one.
As long as he's going to be able to give them the camera when he was on the Crypto beforehand, we're not going to see that anymore since Crypto's going to get banned before we dive into game number 1. But he only was able to pick up, like, what, 2 assists?
Kind of. He doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Nongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
Yep.
Needs to make sure that Valorant is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Dombey considering if he wants to overstay on that angle.
डांबी मरते हुए और डांबी के साथ ब्रिज ने अल्ट करती हुए अल्ट के साथ अपने प्रिंसी और नियॉन ट्रेंड भी अल्ट करती खेलने अल्ट करी और ये नियॉन मरती थी और नियॉन के साथ सारी टीम एल्बो में है एल्बो है ना मुझे याद नहीं है मैप का कितना इसका मैप का याद नहीं मुझे.
Leaf doesn't have that res.
पूरी टीम ए पे होल्ड करती है ए पे अटैक करने की सोच रही है शायद और जिससे जो एनएस के 3 बंदे ने भी ए पे होल्ड कर रखा है और
check from RP immediately going to be broken at alley. Push forward.
नहीं यार.
Finds the follow up as well. Exros out dead. RP tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf for the double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all. Anyway, shot to clean up Fallon, but nothing more to be found.
10 on
blow
10
for
दे दिया.
blow, back and forth between these squads. G2 tie it 10-10.
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment there. Just Valen just following right behind that Sky Flash. No fear in the IGL. Willing to lead from the front. I mean, Jogamo is probably kicking himself a bit. He had a moment. If he could have got that crosshair placed sooner, he had Xros dead to rights after the Nightfall.
The cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the Rolling Thunder, the From the Shadows, the Nightfall, all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
That's true.
Only saving grace is that G2 not quite back into.
Come on, NS.
The concern is because G2 won the pistol, they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner, potentially. Look at
tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
And heal can be there from Leaf. We'll get him right as Rain, but armor will be lost.
अरे यार इनका healer है. दिक्कत ही है माँ.
Jogamo has gotten up in
Healer
the top
नहीं होना
mid, and Dombi
तो आराम से जीत जाएंगे हमारे NS के बंदे पर.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in.
घुस जा. डर क्यों रहा है?
Francis will be able to sit him down with that bandit.
Bandit से मर गया.
Some regen armor behind it, still only at 30. Certainly not a cozy position for the breach. Spunk again planted on B for G2. Warning shot from Baby Bay and a double scale into market.
No Leafs back here.
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf just can't quite find that spray to connect. Should have maybe had Domby dead to right. Same time, Fastlane going to be set situated. Eliminated. And Xros having to do it all once again, this time in a 1v2. The footsteps going to be heard, and Baby Bay takes the fight, takes his life, and G2 once again are now in the lead.
Now they're starting to work the map. They're getting a little bit more creative with the playbook. Having to look for that early mid-aggression, and then using that to set themselves up to scale on the map, even though Jog not able to get a kill.
Rotate so quickly. I mean, their Aurora's designated POI have been able to take control over the bottom side of the southern building of Humbert Labs alongside Team Nemesis.
Well,
that's immediately what we saw in match number 1, just on a different side of things. Will we see some early engagements, or are you going to stand your ground and say, hey, we'll just wave the white flag for now? But you do have Nate, Zidon, and Kiner here on the right-hand side. High ground, calling people out. The hemlock with the breach charge is absolutely nasty.
Oof. And the gold mag too, by the way?
The gold mag? This early?
I mean, we'll take that any day. Here. We absolutely take those. CLNP being one of the teams that kind of go against the grain when it comes to their current composition. We highlighted them earlier. Phoenix, Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. Once again, when you have so many of the Alter, Sears, and Watson. And that's kind of what happens if you're going to see the influx of Watson with no more crypto in the lobby. You don't have to worry about all your hard work looking like Picasso with the fences getting deleted, but you do have to worry about this if you're DJ, right? You're settled inside this building, hiding behind your own friendly Watson fences. You see the Riot Joe from the other side, and now Dino are just going to sit nice.
I love that they're going to say they're sit nice, but I want to keep tabs on that ring console just above, because people are going to want to play for the third information to know which side do we want to commit to, because so many teams have already moved on to that southeastern side. If we pop back towards like Draft Point or something, it would be wicked, but we've seen some of the craziest pulls before. I mentioned Team Liquid early on, and they get to the rooftop of this building, and they're essentially chasing down Alliance. Oh, that's similar to match 1.
Can't catch a break out here, right? But that's kind of what happens when you know that this was their prio POI. They try to take that advantage away from them. Sure, you could try to walk away with that if you're going to be landing in Northpad and Stormpoint shortly, but Liquid wanted to fight them for the information because there's a ring console, an evil harvester on that side of Alliance's POI. And if you take a look at the zone, it actually benefits the way that Team Liquid will approach this, because then they could take their time coming out of Neon Square before going on a side quest and then maybe rotating to Drop Point once they get that next ring console info.
Sites. You got Zero still going up to the side. Maybe a rotate is going to be possible. Honestly, go to Street Market. Grab even more information. Get the survey beacon there and then decide, do we go towards WGR and Elite? Do we focus on Alliance, who are also evacing. For TLNP on our screen, you know, we also have some differences here. We found ourselves in an interesting situation.
This is actually really smart of Alliance. They're
क्या बोलना तूने कॉल पे बोल दे मेरे को
actually getting ahead, knowing.
बोल दे
One round away from
G2. It's been a bit of a struggle for them at the international events this year, and this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
NS के लिए टफ लग रहा है मुझे guys.
Just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The Rez, the from the shadows, the Seekers, all ready to go. Ivy, 1 away from having that neural theft online. Dambi, 1 away from having that overdrive.
अभी तो मुश्किल है भाई जी. अभी तो मुश्किल है.
It'll be critical for them in the next round if they can win this one out, if they can keep this going and try to push it into overtime. But for now, again, this stack at top mid, not going to be rewarded. It is just RB alone on the A side of the map.
Yeah, it's so important here that RB just doesn't give his life up for free. It's going to get identified by a Seeker.
Chase. Might have been able to find some connection on the trend, but he does not.
अब भी मैं Apex Legend देख नहीं Apex Legend देख रहा मैंने अभी.
Flash going to be connecting. Dami able to find the one, but Leave comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross keeps him in with a 3v3. The ult's now out of the equation. With the double fight forward, and Baby Bay is able to find the enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. Hound out. No. Turns back. He's able to find Trent. Chogamo dead as RB from on high is able to find the kill.
Oh,
and
nice.
Will keep them in
Hold
this.
कर लिया. इस राउंड के
The
बाद
series
मैं
not yet
एक्सक्यूज नहीं है कुछ
G2s.
नहीं. मैं बहुत पार्टी कर रहा हूँ Apex
Still
Legend.
1
Don't
away.
disturb me.
The Nongshim. One of their
D&D
own
लगा
from
दूंगा
sending
मैं.
this into overtime.
Is that right as that stun was wearing off? That was crazy from Ivy. This right here looks like it might be their round. Ivy somehow, some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2. Yeah.
तू मेरे टाइटल पर गिना था ना टाइटल पर
They
गया
have
तू
the
मेरा.
end of this series in
तब आके
their,
बात किया कर मुझसे गेम में
in
आने
their
के.
clutches. They need
और शेड्यूल देख क्या करे
this
Esports
time out.
EWC
They
पे
need the
जाके
big
वेबसाइट
brain
पे जाके वहाँ पर
from
क्या
Josh
शेड्यूल
RT.
होता है.
Give them the solutions.
The scariest thing for Nongshim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion.
शेड्यूल देख के नहीं आता तो शेड्यूल देख के अगर अभी जाके देख क्या शेड्यूल Apex Legend का.
RedForce, they have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for G2. They still have plenty of money to go for the buy.
NS. Wait, NS.
Died.
He's got the
She
overall.
has
NS
overdrive.
बस
She
एक
got
और
those
राउंड.
two for
बस
sure.
एक और राउंड निकाल दो बस एक और
I
राउंड.
think
OT खिला दो.
that's what's going to be real concerning. Those are 2 really
OT खिला
impactful
दो.
ults. This is G2. You're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an
आजा
opportunity.
नहीं आना.
Otherwise, 1 away from X-Ross is now as well. So it's a little bit dangerous. G2, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here. See if they can trick Nongshim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape. Keep the bull and the horns away from him.
Defaulty here for G2.
This makes
expecting
sense.
a set exec here from Nongshim to catch them off guard, but Nongshim not really going to be
मैं
falling
लोग
into
याद आ
that
जाता
trap.
है. नहीं अभी बहुत लंबा चलेगा. अभी दूसरा अभी तीसरा मैच लगेगा इसके बाद NS जीतेगी अभी.
Jogamo
1-1 हो
really
जाएगा.
senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the breach.
1-1
They
होगा
want to
अभी.
send out that util. That's
NS
great.
जीतेगी अभी.
Great work from Jog.
1-1 होगा अभी.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled yet. They had that camera situated. Full spot.
उसके बाद Apex Legend देखूंगा.
Getting caught in the trap. From Balin. It's over outside of A lobby.
अभी Apex Legend तो देखना स्टार्ट किया.
Jiggling the corner. Here's that jump peak. Paranoia. Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition. He still manages to plant his feet and find one. The rest going to be invested though. Right back into it as the overdrive, able to find an immense amount of damage on the jaw, but the heal is available as well. Leaf just keeping them right in this mix. The jump through the paranoia, now to fly. Francis holding it down for the first as Jogama will get taken out. X-Ross finding Leaf, and the time, it's getting away from them. Valorant able to find the one, but the trade is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock. The swing in, X-Ross comes away with a 3K, and Nongshim are not done yet. 12 to 12. They take this into OT.
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that Nongshim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it. And even though they get that res, Dombi's able to use his ult to continue to hold them at bay, and at that point, Nongshim is able to continue to slowly rotate over. Because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Blast cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went.
कल जो है ग्रुप सी और ए का दिन में है तो दिन में 7 बजे तक खत्म हो जाता है, 7-8 बजे तक लेके चल, तो कल आ जाऊंगा, आज तो मुश्किल है.
Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map. And Baby Bay, a bold push. Manages to find that kill, tries to make his exit, but will be spotted. RB's just too fast to scale towards backside. Operated down to the floor. Spike now. The plant committed to the slide in. RB is playing anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard. But Ivy, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here. It's now a 2v2, but Leaf up over top of the box there at Boba. Finds X-Ross, and Francis now has to do it all. The double approach isolates it down into a 1v1. The right of the wall, but the shutdown from Francis. He gets the clutch. And Nongshim now get themselves to map point.
Huge work from Francis.
Nice one.
Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box where we just see RB get killed there. You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure, he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment. It's Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand for Baby Bay. Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dambi, he's already in on top of Alan, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding a second. Jogamo eliminated. Dambi's tearing them apart.
No, please.
Gets the third. Trent seized in position, locked in mid.
3v2. ओमन कोई हरकत नहीं करनी है.
Seen some crazy rounds.
RB कोई हरकत नहीं करनी है.
Be insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here.
Francis आराम से. ओमन
timing. Knows that someone very well could be behind him. He's correct.
Omen timing.
But for now, X-Ross just gonna hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
Could just be it here.
Nice.
The peek in and Baby Bay. He sends the shot into the floor. The swing of the corner, and Trent can't quite finish him off. 14 to 12. Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere, and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, it got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but Nongshim.
बोला था ना NS.
Team Vision swoop around.
Hello guys, Apex Legend.
Want to get into the mix?
They were able to do this too because they also have that insurance policy with coming back to the TP here as GK
आओ
also
ना quickly, नहीं आना भाई माँ,
Team Vision
नहीं
to be in the middle so that way they can re-engage, especially with the zone closing in the next 3 seconds.
कल बोलता रहा हूँ, कल पक्का आऊँगा.
Over there, we get a shield swap. It's half dead, but it's better than nothing, and you've got a massive 1v1 over here. Weaken the circle around on the doorway. Keep your eyes on Loader.
S8UL भी है, Light भी है, और VKG भी है.
Only one shot. He's dancing this movement. He's trying to get around, but the zone closing in. They can't even fully reset off the portal. And now it's up to Zach. Vision keeping in this. playing off the knockdown shield. He's gonna be dropped and for free. Gets a beautiful angle, hiding originally behind the knockdown shield, and still gonna be able to find Zach as Team Vision to get eliminated. And then the action on the other side that we were looking at before.
और यहाँ पर हम देखते हुए नेमेसिस वर्सेस आरसी वर्सेस सेंटिनल वर्सेस RRQ.
E36 take to the skies to find a spot in the next zone.
I'm so glad that people are finally showing up towards this circle and the chaos that is ensuing from it. We have the intersecting exhibits all in these different corners and sentinels focusing forward through the Watson fences. Make sure you get that shield bat off before you dive out. Monsoon peeks up. RRQ get Pricey back on his feet, and Team Nemesis has fallen.
And WGR just cleaning this up, but can they do it for long? Because Dino's actually made Grief Alliance right now. The Venn diagram, the exhibit for exhibit, all the information trying to isolate this fight is exactly what WGR need to keep Alliance busy. But Alliance now fighting Dinos up here on the high ground. The TP's coming up like an elevator. Shoot, as Unlucky now swings J feature, literally fries him with the R9. Just a blue mag is all you need. Hockey's needing some help, and Aku's literally one shot. But now it's only up to
मैसेज नहीं दिख रहे हैं मेरी चैट फंस गई है मेरी चैट फंस गई है मुझे कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है मेरे कॉल पे फोन मेरे फोन पे कॉल भी नहीं हो रही है
Watson v Watson kidnapping offensive and Unlucky back to full trying to get the med kit off. 8 seconds to go and he's going to try and stick this res, destroying the fences. We swing out, we get some damage onto Chaos.
Switching it from behind. Unlucky comes out to try to swing them, staying alive, but another team is trying to grief him with a nade through the window.
And Dinos on the right try to stabilize. We don't stick the res. We're down to 2 solos, and sometimes it just be like that.
That's what happens when Alliance wanted to prio getting into the bus. At least they have cover. Even if the windows are broken, he gets the res and he gets a death box res on top of it all.
You just hop on it. It's 7 seconds, and Hackis will be back in it. The stabilization from Alliance. Well done, Unlucky.
Beautiful OQ with the zone closing in behind Alliance, who was griefing them. It could have been E36, it could have been S8UL, who are inside this next zone. VK Gaming, though, are in some trouble, now leaving it up to Queso, who's almost one shot. So is LQ, though. They're trying to move out. E36 now are going to be cleaning that up, while Dinos eventually get eliminated.
Your match 1 winners, Aurora, fall also as well. For EnterForce 36 in the north, your biggest opponents are S8UL, who are in the building just ahead of you. You can see Jesco on the left side, taking angles through the doorways, keeping the pressure on E36.
Looking around the world for exhibit on exhibit. VK Gaming down to a duel for now. The stun, the nade at his feet. Talk about the double stun, right? You get all the information for as long as you can. Well, S8UL to clean up E36. Oh, he does go down. We are also still getting more KP.
And Alliance send S8UL? They move in just below them.
It's crazy, the stack up that we're currently seeing. The fact that Alliance 2 look like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide himself, going from the northwestern side of the zone all the way down to the south of Humber before finding themselves in this building.
We don't have a gen, though. Unlucky does not have an ultimate accelerant, and he's 80% away from having that pylon, which will be detrimental. So we have to focus on the fences. VK Gaming do fall. So for now, it's S8UL and Alliance in this building. EnterForce 36 over towards their east, and to the top we go.
And they wanted to try to contest them through those Watson fences too after getting the sear attack, but they're getting harassed. The longbow shots, Henchman, the back-to-back, also Sharky takes a bite out of them, gets another knock onto Alliance.
And you see the Aku, Unlucky, crawling back to Hackis. Like, can we get a reset? If EnterForce 36 catches wind of this, we're going to try to finish it out. There you go, Unlucky, Aku, definitely both finished. It's Hackis a solo.
Can he come out here? No, it's just a matter of time as Alliance get eliminated. Sharky with that nemesis that we talked about. They have 6 squads left as E36 get hit with their sear attack. It's all the information as S8UL are keeping their eyes on this team as a zone closes in right behind their back, because the team's collapsing on the southern side will eventually have to fight. E36 are looking at S8UL.
Through the window, all the nade indicators, S8UL starting to rack together more kills. RRQ, dead center of circle. Here comes Elite.
Coming into it, WGR just picking up so much of that KP, but looking on the other side, would it be enough is the question when you take a look at the way that E36 get eliminated to S8UL. Still finding more KP, 5 squads left. They leave their building, they swing through, they They see RRQ, and they wrap up behind Reject, and RRQ is trying to dance around the outskirts of the zone.
And we've got the pylon, and we're basically staying directly on this,
S8UL
preventing
Legacy
nades. You're behind RRQ. Can we get Legacy back up on his feet? We're going to have to crawl with him with that knockdown, because if we don't deal with RRQ, it could be too difficult. So lay down to the top 3 we go.
With Pricey going down, that's unfortunate. Legacy too, the zone closing in behind them. They're feeling the pressure. Can they get the reset? WGR2 as Elite move up.
They
are farming. J7 in hand, and Elite Esports are your game 2 winners.
That RE45 just absolutely shredded through both of those teams as Elite Esports carved their path through that end game. Congratulations. You see Kinda there in the center, stands up. We're celebrating with the coach. We're feeling good after that performance.
बड़ा दिल तो मारा यार इन S8UL को लाइट वालों ने बैकस्टेप कर दिया बैकस्टेप कर दिया
4 points, 15 kills, 5,000 damage.
बैकस्टेप कर दिया मेरे बंदों को बैकस्टेप अभी यार टाइम इधर स्टार्ट होने को तब
Really good performance for WGR. So hold that real quick.
Let me, you think you can do that? Let me show you. Let me show you.
Especially with the way that Juxo was able to put in the pressure on the Seer together hand in hand with AQBA on the Mad Maggie going against the grain just a little bit here.
Rocket
and
range
then on
spam
top
ho
of
raha
that,
है,
they're
rocket
one of
spam
the
कर
few
देते
teams
हैं
that were rocking out with the Valkyrie. Let's not forget how we saw a lot of these teams trying to rotate safely into a zone like this. Sure, we've seen Humbert a few times. We've seen it pull slightly when it comes to those end zones to the east side of Humbert, like we saw in our previous groups. Sometimes it pulls over to the north side, and even then, it could pull sometimes towards Old Town as well. But calling it a little late and trying to clear up a lot of the teams, you know what the saving grace there was too? A team that was harassing Neo specifically was Alliance. And in that moment, we saw what happened to Alliance when we had that 1v1 originally by that bus. And what happens when their attention was split. It was a lot worse of a position for them to be in.
That was scary as we get to go kind of look back at the end game POV from Elite. It's Light has that RE45 and just full sends.
Let's fucking go! Get over here, dog.
मरा कर दीजिए को बैन तो मुझे नहीं तेरा कोई बार बोली कपिल
I'm
भाई
telling you. We're just
समझ
getting
नहीं रहे
started.
आप
This is group stages.
नहीं
And
आ
we're
रही हूँ मैं
already
कल लाऊंगा
this
मैं
hyped. It's going to keep moving. You know what I'm really scared for is Survivor stage. So if you're at the bottom of groups already, this is the time to start stringing some stuff together. Don't wait till we get to Storm Point. Throw down a banger E-District if you can.
That was crazy. I love the energy that I'm seeing right here too. That's
S8UL
popping off though, by the way. Being able to farm so much on the northern side of zone, but I feel like it's also very difficult when you see a zone like that closed up behind you. There's like little to no cover to work with once you're forced outside these buildings. What are you going to work off of? The fence line here? And, you know, when you have that middle area where you can try to get in a line of sight where the trees are planted, it's also very hard to try to clear up that space when you have other teams working off of the natural cover of the north side of Humbert Labs provides.
Who did we say we were banning on this one?
it's
either Watson or Seer. It was a tie. So we will
see. Seer.
हर बार की तरह watch party
going into this next game here.
So you think back to scrims, right? It was Alter that we lost in map number 2, Seer typically gone in game number 3, whatever it is. Usually we didn't see a Watson ban until we were done with E-District. So keeping those pylons in check and making sure all these fences is going to lead to a ton of plays just like what you're seeing there. Watson v. Watson dancing around fences.
The amount of Watsons that you currently see too, and even early on when we had so much of the caustic, at least you won't have to worry about the double attack. Let me tell you, getting a little speed boost here too, you're gonna see a zooming Seer like he's on a go-kart himself, but we get to see the look of the highlight, and this is kind of what we were talking about before, right? When S8UL was forced to play off, look at the graveyard of death boxes right in front of them. They're playing off the truck line, they're playing off the fence line, but Elite did a really good move in trying to rotate behind them and gonna be able to clean up whatever is left of our lobby here. Game number 2, the fact that that was just the action of game 2 as well before we transition onto our last game on E-District is crazy.
The best part about that push is you have like kind of the death ball, right? You all three are sticking together and you're just dealing so much damage in a short amount of time that even if S8UL does turn around, it's like, what are you going to do at that point? Because you were staring down the barrel of 3 players. And it's CMI, friends. I love how many people have showed out here for day 1 at EWC. It is such a good time.
Well, everybody's getting set up and we are rearing to go, guys. Let's toss it to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we got map number 3. We literally mean 10 seconds, guys. Let's get into this because game number 3, our last game on E District, is on the horizon. We've said goodbye to Crypto, and now Seer next. Game number 3 has provided us, unless you see it the way that Alter has been played here on E District, Tiff, the reset potential, the insurance that we keep highlighting that actually enables a lot of these teams to kind of get a little ahead of themselves, play a lot more aggressive because they have that drawback to allow them to get back to the TP and fully reset.
I'd imagine we're going to see more of that, but what did you think about Kinotrope being one of the only teams to still running Baby Comp?
When it comes to trying to influence these legend picks, which we've highlighted so many times before, as we get to see more of the fans.
Mandy? Yeah! Wait, what do we gotta keep going? Mandy, GOAT? I agree. Mandy's an absolute GOAT. One of the best super subs, a great content creator. I think he's been doing a ton of IRL content lately, just traveling, living his best life.
Well, not being able to highlight a lot of our other fans here, but seeing how they're going to be able to go into this, especially when you talk about, Baby Comp coming into the mix on E District, you're going to find where all these teams are situated with the Valkyrie perk too, right through the walls. Going against the grain to help influence these legend bands is important when you find these teams, as you mentioned earlier at the top of Show Tiff, prioring their POIs on Storm, which is going to matter depending on what this third game is going to provide to us on the next legend.
Well, saved Zeta in game A versus B, right? They didn't really have a good showing in E District, and immediately they pop over to Stormpoint and they win 2 games. So if that is where you want to know that you're going to get the majority of your points, then you place your bets on that. You get the POI that you feel the most comfortable with, and you grab those points and avoid the survival stage at all costs.
Line here where we take a nice little look by. Talked about Dinos very early too, Tiff, how they were trying to clear that northern side originally. Getting in some of that KP, but it was even more important to see just the potential that a lot of these teams were just able to get these reses. Again, we're saying goodbye to Crypto and Seer. But we had so many squads still up and alive by the time that second ring was closing in. A lot of teams kind of scattered to try to gatekeep these other teams.
Do you think that we're going to see some more plays from Dinos? Because I thought they were starting to stack some of those fights together. They only were able to obtain 1 full wipe, but they dealt 3,000 damage to net themselves 3 kills, which just means they were trying so dang hard to even get more. They go out in 10th, but I feel like we're just kind of putting the stepping stones together throughout the first 2 maps to really find ourselves on the land stage.
Well, it's crazy because then you take away what we've seen already in 2 games alone, and just to highlight the fact that WGR got second place with 15 KP. Sure, they didn't get the top, but that has allowed them to hold that first place overall spot over Aurora, who were your game 1 winners with 9 KP. And that's important when you want to be able to set yourself up for the next map transition when it comes to going into Stormpoint, right? So now we have our final game 3 on E District once again, guys. Let's get into this action. We talked about POI drafts before, Tiff. What that could benefit for some of these teams that do like to have that POI advantage, but WGR, after losing on the street market when we had that game over to that POI, came back swinging in that game too.
Hey, you love to see it. And as we gear up for our final map on E District, we lose out on Crypto, we lose out on Seer, and all the Watsons, the Mad Maggies, the Alters. This is going to be an action-packed game as we set our sights maybe towards the north as we start off here at Elite Esports and map number 3.
Get the double southern zone and then kind of mixing it up a little bit, moving over to that northern side. As we get to see a lot of these other teams, well, what do you know? Surprise, City Hall zone and Dog Red. Try to capitalize on this, but even better if you take a look at Team Liquid. There's an Evo Harvester, but that's going to be easily contested with the Lions that do land by Boardwalk, where they are neighboring that too.
You're saying the 2 teams that I want to look at specifically is how quickly does Team Liquid leave Resort and drop down to Boardwalk. And now with the circle kind of pulling up towards the north, we can really take down our enemies and then just hold steady. Because keep tabs, RedForce 36, Sentinels, a quick rotating team is already making their way towards City Hall. And still having Watson is going to allow these teams to get into the buildings and fence up.
Why don't we talk about the way that Sentinels was able to become our ALGS
ये वाला मैच देखने दे
champs,
ओए
right? If you take a look at the way that they've been able to move up and prile these end zones on top of it all and then not be afraid of taking some of these fights, it benefited them. And with a lot of other teams taking note and being able to rotate quickly, it's that survey beacon that S8UL will be able to get to first, as well as the ring console that's in the middle of that City Hall.
Look at S8UL. We're less than 2 minutes into the map, and we've walked dead center into that next circle. We actually kind of beat EnderForce 36 there. Reject threading the needle between them and Sentinels as they pive their coast through it, and Dinos just south of them, already taking some damage and some shots from Sentinels. But for now, on triple white, we've got to find a place that we can make that fight from.
I mean, is this going to be worth it? I mean, Sentinels recognize, like, they don't want to try to take this fight with so many other teams trailing right behind them to also go in for a quick rotate. And Dinos take to the skies off this evac tower. They're getting shot nowhere. It's safe. They force a drop down. DJ is on top of the roof.
We're oobing.
And just that way he could try to drop down. But I mean, there's nothing he could really do in this situation. He would have gotten knocked if he had committed to that evac tower, communicates to the rest of the team. All right, let's drop down. We get over the other side of the building. That's what matters here on this rotate. Sentinels now get to fly over their heads. And it's funny because we still see KNC try to rock out with a baby comp.
At least they're still reunited. He doesn't fall there, and that is the most important side of things as you're on the eastern side of that next circle. Team still rotating in from the east. Kinotrope, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Team Nemesis will start showing. But for now, TLNP, your French roster of Nate, Xenon, and Kiner, taking a couple of shots. We're a bit away from that next area of where we want to be, but we did get into City Hall nonetheless, just south of Reject.
So they gotta at least clear their bags here too, because Elite Esports are trailing on the other side of Sentinels. Well, K are gonna be able to rotate out of Blossom Drive, where they do have that TP already set up, as well as a survey beacon. But non-stop vision. Loader just trying to play off the back edge here too. No stop here on the way that they're trying to play incredibly aggressive. Loader now playing off the white knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out? Just as though wasn't expecting. Hold on, he gets 2 knocks.
He can do this. He can do this. He's full up on his shields. He's going for the Wrath on his Zach. He's trying to bait it in. It's the altar. White Grim Reaper's Neo, the Arc Star to even push him farther off, but there goes the portal from behind. We don't find him there, it's Loader. He wipes WGR Neo. Your winners of match number 2 are the first out of here.
The outsmarting plays here off the portal to dive down, play off the head glitch, off the stairs, and playing Ring Around the Rosie to get the reset. The MVP Loader comes out on top, and Team Vision get to see another day.
That was crazy. That was honestly crazy. We were talking to Zach Mazer yesterday. He had nothing but good things to say about his teammates. He's like, it has nothing to do with me. He's like, the duo of Loader and Carter are why we are doing so incredibly well. They work great, and to watch moments like that come to fruition after hearing conversations like that, it's just full circle.
Against a team, by the way, that cleaned up so much KP in that previous game. Even if they didn't take that dub, it set them up in first place in the overall standings, and now they have no presence in this final game of E-District before we go over onto Storm Point. A little bit of a cushion here.
You're right. They were on a heater. Aurora. They were on a heater, and they shut it down.
It's great here because now Aurora with 22 points could easily try to overtake that, but it depends here. As Sacred also having a strong start. Moving back with the rest of Team Nemesis though, Dog now going to be able to play from inside this building while Sentinels painting the ground with these Watson fences is going to be fun.
Truly is. Truly is. Dogrid, 4 points, 16th overall on our lobby. But they have moved in. Now I look to see what's around them. Alliance, Sentinels, Team Liquid in their north, Ninjas in Pajamas still there as well. And it's right. I called them the winners of match number 2 here. They actually got second, but they had 15 kills, and that's a win in my eyes.
Dude, he had 41 bullets in the reserve, by the way, after clutching that. That was so beautiful. He said, thou should not pass.
They hit him with the Gandalf?
He had to. He had to, living up to the name, man. Got to see how they're going to be able to do here as Sentinels not going to be able to give up this ground just yet. They're just going to be able to put in some extra poke pressure from afar, boost up those Evo shields. And then you even take a look at the way that Dinos are going to come out of Lotus, where they have that ring console, VKG doing something very similar here. Aurora are within the vicinity of Galleria, where they are going to side quest to get that ring console and survey beacon themselves. And VK Gaming playing a little split will get that information once they see that the survey beacon has been scanned too.
Yeah, we got the pylon in the back pocket, and we are just moments away from determining where that next circle is going to pull. It does center up over City Hall, and we're about to find that here from VKG's POV. Reject, RRQ, Elite Esports, your true winners of match number 2, by the way, already setting themselves up for a nice end game.
Let me have to add that it's true with the way that Elite's very quick on the rotate, right? And the way that they're positioned right in between a lot of the cluster of teams that have made their rotate, while Team Liquid now are going to be able to get the survey beacon, take their time over by Resort where they could take that jump tower as well before moving up. NIP being one of the teams waiting for them on the edge of the zone. You could see Pirates also just making sure that their backs are cleared as they wrap behind Reject.
Yeah, I am keeping an eye on TLN Pirates, like you mentioned. That is actually really smooth. I'm curious if they're going to like kind of stand there and see, hey, does Kinotrope, do they rotate in up here as well as Zipline Mafia? Team Vision, though, after that fight, that loader clutches, we are going to be late towards this next circle, but that's okay, because we can drop in Neon. We can grab any sorts of information there. We can carve over to Blossom, get even more, and then go straight in.
Just know that Zach wants to give a big old hug over to Loader at the end of this game, no matter what. TLNP, though. Zidane sending off with the Hemlock thus far, just looking down at a lot of the action here. They're neighboring the Evil Harvester right to their left, trying to deny that from other teams here. While other teams like KNC also move up. We're highlighting Aurora earlier before too. And they've called in the evac tower while Kinotrope are trying to neighbor that behind them over to the choke that exits out of Energy Bank. So Aurora will be able to get ahead, and waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone, it will be Team Vision. So they have to be careful because Kinotrope could easily pinch Aurora if they do not get into that next choke.
Well, he upgrades the mag there on his energy weapon, and honestly, I'm not too worried about their rotations, knowing that they do have the Valk in play for them. You talked about Aurora. We're still gatekeeping the southern side, watching the back. You can see effect there on Mad Maggie, just making sure if you decide to full send this, I've got the Maggie ball for that next engagement.
Nice.
Upgrade chosen.
Talk about getting that perk level up. We are looking down the choke too. That I'm glad that they were able to get here very quickly, because now on the other side of this rotate where the Evil Harvester was at that we saw, closer to Dinos, will be that pile up of Pirates versus Dinos. Aurora are trying to harass Team Vision.
It's like, do you really want to harass Team Vision? There goes the portal. They get their sights set onto Carter. Immediately dive back. They're like, look, we've already gave up our element of surprise here. They know where our position is. And he's like, I have a 30-30. Could we go the more mid-range, or do we let the R9 rip?
And let me tell you, the fact that Lure just comes out from getting a clean team fight win for the rest of Vision. He's ready to collect even more victims, but you have to be careful, because waiting on the outskirts of this zone is Zipline Mafia, and Vision have noted this already, so that's why they're not trying to fully send it. Even though Aurora is holding that southern choke, Team Vision have to come up with a decision, and they do not want to get pinched with Zipline Mafia on the horizon, as Team Liquid do lose out on Panic originally. Be careful with that name, by the way, to his feet. They try to fully send it, and it's a little scary here, as Zero goes all the way up on the elevator chute, and Alliance are looking to get involved.
Yeah, I'm portaling out of there. Someone unleashes a Maggie ball inside my building, and it's just yeeting around, knocking me aside. Sykes joins them. Panic hopefully shortly behind, so we can stick this reset.
Wow. Actually going to be able to TP out of there and get the reset that you were mentioning, while Pirates do get eliminated. 18 squads left, round 2, closing in fully in the next 5 seconds, while Dino hold on to the high ground. VK Gaming taking another TP themselves, going to be able to teleport over to the south side, sharing that building together with Dinos. Hearing that with Aurora still trying to harass Team Vision, by the way, but they do have some.
Heaven आज नहीं खेल रहा बेबी वे नियॉन दाम्बे की तरह क्या सीन हो गया S8UL फैंग G69 भाई हाँ जी भाई S8UL बस अभी देख ही रहा था मैं जरा वैलोरेंट का भी देख रहा था साथ साथ में और भाई कैसे हो
Finding the zone, pulling towards the outskirts of the choke of where Aurora is holding. The action that they're hearing is the big pile of reject. Also kind of showing face. PK Gaming still versus Dino's Volcanotrope are trying to stay alive. Neither of these teams have given up that space, and I did see Sacred go down earlier in the feed. Team Nemesis couldn't get that full reset because he did get dirtied beforehand. But a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts of the zone. Sentinels, Dog Red, as well as NIP, E36 taking to the sky. You get a res here, and the Kraber in the hand of Legacy. All right. That would be a little cheeky right there as he's finding more of these individual players flying
Indian
above.
team,
He was trying to lead the shot, and I was hoping it would have connected, especially if you're going to have an infinite ammo Kraber in your hands.
S8UL fan है भाई, S8UL fan.
You're just outside of where that next circle is pulling towards, and for the teams that are out towards your west, if you just grab a knock here and there, that really puts a thorn in the side of their rotations. Oh no! No way!
Same by
Victim
same.
number one. If I just hide here and crouch long enough, no one will ever see me except on the other side of this Kraber at the hands of Legacy. Gets a 150 though. Here's the
Legacy, S8UL Legacy, Sharky,
because now S8UL are going to be able to focus on NIP versus Sentinels, and Dog Red will get involved in that fight too.
Guys, जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया आ रहा है, like and subscribe करो यार, like and subscribe.
And with the TP down at their feet, hearing this big pile of NIP now, are kind of stuck between these two teams. Playing off the high ground is the beneficial position to be in, but the beamage coming in, the side by side as the zone closes
ninjas in
And
pajamas.
Sentinels are kind of still in the dead center of the chaos that is occurring down on the low ground. They're just basically getting the fulls for them as you see Dog Red is going to fall here. Monsoon needs to get back healthy and will do just that. But the fight is not over. They set their sights back on ninjas in pajamas, and Vayne and Kirev are doing enough to get that attention away so Cole can get back to fighting form.
Getting pinged from the distance though. Kirev looking behind just in case, and it's going to be Team Liquid who's creeping about. Setting them up on the high ground originally, now splitting their attention, but Zero's taking a huge chunk of that damage as Panic tries to clear the bus side. Zero dropping down. He's got the big med kit, but he's resorting to the slow heals for now. We get the little zoom in too from the side by side of players. Sentinels with their comps. NIP now curve. Looking behind him with some safety walls. Zipline Mafia in some trouble. Can they be able to get this res is the question with E36 playing right below them.
Zipline Mafia sensei. All right, I see that fun little logo of Kazakh there.
E36. Zipline Mafia versus E36.
While we hold the angles,
E36 नीचे नहीं पता नहीं है.
flowing. Alliance falls in 17th place. Team Liquid to join them.
The fact that we also saw the turnaround from Cole to look at Zero and Sykes, Team Liquid get eliminated. The action has not stopped on top of this bridge where we originally saw Panic try to set up
Round 4
on the bus side. Zipline Mafia now looking ahead while E36 take the TP to engage onto Elite. Once the zone closes in, though, it's going to be a bloodbath stuck on the outside. Sentinels, S8UL, E36. They're sending their units out so that way they can TP in like Sentinels is doing here. Off the raid portal, right in front of another team.
Sharky right behind him, almost takes him down.
Dino,
and the damage isn't done as Monsoon drops a riot drill. Maggie Ball in the back pocket. We're just trying to find a way into Elite, or at least keep them inside.
The fact that Zipline Mafia get even more KP, by the way. Vision.
Legacy over
Legacy. Kraber in the feed. Legacy has not stopped. That's what happens when you get the infinite ammo too. You just let that Kraber sing. Zipline now move in. Momentum in their side here as they get the bus for free. Pinging ahead too, because they gotta keep moving forward. Sentinels are looking at Elite, and this is the opportunity for Zipline to try to coexist on the other side of the building, that away from Team Nemesis, and to 3P that fight.
We're about to be into the top 10, and Zipline Mafia is one of 4 or 5 teams in the north. And Weak just needs 2 seconds to go. We don't get it. Zipline Mafia fall.
Hold on though, the way that this fight has not stopped. Sentinels primed and ready and looking different. S8UL
Dino.
having the threatening Kraber and looking down in the fight that is Sentinels and Elite Dino. With 10 squads left, have been able to obtain 4 KP. They have the safety of these buildings, but it's not safe into that next zone in the next 40 seconds because they will have to start moving up. When you see that member, that one member of Aurora still hanging up for dear life if they can get this res.
So you're hoping for, if you're Hiarka, you want to pull out the Hail Mary and get the teammate back in, but Dinos do not let that happen. Sentinels still finding their path. They get ahead of the other teams in the north and find their path into the next circle.
But they go, oh my goodness. The second
Elite,
time they
elite.
do this. Wiping out Nemesis. They're back to the lobby as Elite are cleaning up heads. 5 total KP. While Sentinels, I'm loving the way that they're moving right here. They try to re-engage.
Nice. Light मारती सेंटर मारती मतलब light को.
Monster is dancing around the portal as he does back before he's awaited on the other side of that portal. Could only live for so long as they take him out at the hands of Dino, and Sentinels get eliminated.
Do we get a full reset here? Because we
Dino.
know teams are looking to put pressure on
Dino
that.
versus
But for now, they're staying alive in the north.
Dino हमारे कोई और
Gaming. We turn our attention towards the south, and it's going to get messy over
S8UL
here.
Legacy के सामने
taking damage from all over the place, and the
S8UL
Dinos are
सामने.
resetting.
Dude, Legacy is crazy. Dinos has been farming 7 KP total. Elite was 7 as well. You're looking at Sharky though.
VKG was eliminated.
Getting some of the extra
VKG को मार
pressure, gets
दिया.
a beamage here as
Nice
well.
यार.
Dino now dropping down from the high ground, trying to reposition on top of Legacy, who once again has been able to claim names in the feed with the Kraber. Little trade-off here as VKG get involved, and Dinos eventually get eliminated as S8UL try to get the reset.
Now the next challenger approaches, a fully healthy GK. Find Sharky, take the portal, chase him down, drop a Maggie ball in his face. The investment that we're making to find Legacy.
Wait a minute, off the Watson fence too? I mean, anything to try to get rid of this player who is hiding for dear life until the wingman shots are more than enough. 3 squads left. S8UL, they get eliminated. GK now get to clear this entire southeastern side of zone, while Reject and RQ are facing up against each other. This is going to be a free win for GK.
It is. We've got the high ground. So long as we don't scam, we convert this. But when you have Easy Flash in the equation, tanking the Watson fences just ahead of Reject. Urice, the Chal around the pylon. 5 more HP, and there it is. GK Esports convert with the power of positioning there in match number 3.
We knew it was going to happen. They timed it so well to take that dub, and with 7 KP in their pocket. Say hasta la vista to Mad Maggie as well as a most picked legend in that lobby. But game number 3, our final game on E-District to get those points that they needed here, Tiff.
I mean, still good performance from Reject, 7 kills. Team RRQ walks away with 7 kills as well. It's been a very slay-heavy group stage here for C versus D.
अभी मैं जरा जाया हूँ, जरा देखो मैं क्या कर रहे हैं मेरे बंदे. ठीक है, bye bye.
Grab 7 kills in this lobby to
Bye bye,
turn
guys.
maybe
Bye bye.
of an earlier exit than you would have liked into a decent game.